Okay, we're live. I'm Joshua Kemble. This is my live stream. I'm an art director and illustrator and graphic designer. I've been doing illustration and graphic design for about 20 years, and I've been art directing for about 7. And when I'm not art directing, doing illustration, graphic design, or just hanging out with my kid, I am working on weird indie graphic novels like Jacob's Apartment and 2 Stories, which are both graphic novels that took me about 5 years apiece to make. One was 2 Stories was made for Marcosia Publishing, and then Jacob's Apartment was made for Graphic Mundi. And both are kind of like indie underground slice of life type stuff. I'll play trailers for those throughout, but I'd encourage you guys to check out those books if you enjoy these streams and you haven't yet. We got Eddie and Philip in the chats. How's it going, guys? So today is another art stream. So I'm going to be working on roughing page 73. Anytime I say I'm working on roughing, I think that my dog is extremely happy about that. They're like, yeah, that's what I work on too. I'm here all night, guys, with the jokes all night long. But I'm going to be up fairly late working on pages, so let's get into it. But I guess before working on it, I should explain what I'm working on. So I'm working on my 3rd graphic novel. It's this one. My first two graphic novels were written and illustrated by me. This graphic novel is written by Lavender Vroman and is going to be published by Turner Publishing. And so we're kind of in the thick of it. I'm like getting closer to the halfway point of this book. I'm working on page 73. And then Philip Chandler said, we like it rough. Exactly. But yeah, so what I'm going to do today. So yesterday I roughed out page 72. Today I'm going to rough out page 73, and I'll continue doing that on streams until I have about 5 done. And then from there, those will go to the publisher, and so on, right? Like that, like once I get approval for the roughs, like then we're good to go and move forward. So, which actually reminds me that before I go to bed tonight, I need to make sure that I've uploaded the rough that I'm going to do tonight. And I need to make sure I've uploaded the rough that I did yesterday, because I don't think I sent that to my publisher yet. So anyhow, a lot of fun information that you guys don't necessarily need or care to know, but that's what it is. Okay, so let's get into the actual stream. So here is the setup. I think I have it a little better set. So down below, you'll see right down there under my Wacom tablet is the section of the script that I'm going to be working on. And then over here, right over here, you're going to see the Photoshop area that I'm going to be working on roughs on. And I should probably widen that out so it fills the screen a little more aesthetically pleasingly, if that's a word. Is that a word? You guys let me know in the chats. Is aesthetically pleasingly a word? I'm going to write that down because that would be really funny in the thumbnail. Aesthetically pleasingly. Okay. So anyhow, my goal is to bust through these roughs. My incentive is if I get through the roughs for the next page, then if I can finish them at a decent amount of time, I will allow myself to play a round of Risk. I was a master at Risk. I went from master to expert to intermediate, like because of a slew of really bad games. And I am back to expert, just barely. So my goal is to eventually try to crawl my way in the rankings to Grandmaster. That's like a little side project, and we'll get into that. Yeah, Philip was saying, I think it's just aesthetically pleasing. Yeah, but I like aesthetically pleasingly because it just sounds ridiculous. But anyhow, so we're going to get into roughing out the page. So there's some Victorian drama on the last page, and I'll kind of walk you guys through that. I also do this before I'm kind of working on roughing a page this deep into a book, I have to kind of remind myself, like before I sit down, I need to be in the headspace where I remember what's going on in the story. And I'd encourage people to do that too. Like if you're working on a long form comic, you can kind of lose the plot. Like you can totally lose the plot. And so what I'm going to do is kind of wrap through what we went over yesterday. And then if you're curious, kind of like what came before that, I did kind of a recap yesterday of a little bit of it, but we're going to walk through the page, just get in the mindset of what is going to happen on page 73 and then move forward. We got Christopher Runciman in the chats too. How's it going, Christopher? You guys, it's funny. Philip and Christopher, both awesome, both have YouTube channels. Both are incredible artists. Both are Canadian, and both are super supportive. Like both actually provided like little clips that I might be playing throughout the stream. So I appreciate that you guys did that, and thanks for hanging out with me while I draw. So hopefully you guys are all drawing too, and we'll kind of get into this. Okay, so there's a couple things we're going to kind of go over from the last page just to get in the mindset. We got Frank too, Frank Salazar, another talented artist who's got a great YouTube channel. I think Frank wishes he were Canadian. He is not. He is Texan. But I think Frank is like an honorary Canadian and definitely part of the Maplegate conspiracy. I would say that there is a circle of people in Maple, and you guys need to be careful. That's all I have to say, because the syrup runs thick with with the crew in chat tonight. There is like a oh my gosh, I was gonna riff on that, but I can't. I guess I was just gonna say there's like a vat of maple syrup in our chats, and be careful where you step, because it can be almost like stepping into like a quicksand, where you're just like, you know, make sure you have like a rope or a tether or something like that that's attaching you to solid ground before you delve into the maple. That's all I have to say. Frank said, I have the maple seal of approval. Exactly. And then Christopher said, working on the studio, finishing another page. Yeah, Christopher's man, you are an inspiration, man. Like the output you have on pages. All right, so speaking of inspirations too, if you guys haven't yet, make sure you've watched Artcasters, the last Artcasters. We had Paul Pate on, really talented artist. He made these books. Let me show them off again. If you haven't picked up these books, you should. They're really good. They're super entertaining, especially if you're into like mystery or like detective fiction. They're super good. So you've got, I was trying to show it there. Let's see. Okay, there we go. We've got Detective Perez, Welcome to Rust City. And then we've got Detective Perez and Rust City Stabber. These are really good books. We had a really hilarious kind of out of control Artcasters. We were like the kids, like Scott and and Corey were gone. So like me and Jim and Gary, we were like the kids whose parents had left the house. We're like, oh my gosh, let's tell fart jokes. Like that's pretty much how it went. But it was good, and I encourage you guys to check that out. Okay. Let's see here. Frank said, if you go against the brothers in Maple, you will find yourself in a sticky situation. You guys kill me. That's so funny. Okay, and then Christopher said, thanks, liking how your pages are coming out for the book. Cool, thank you. I'm liking them too. This is something I've been working on for years, but I am trying to get better at taking compliments. Like it's a weird thing that we as artists always fight against, where you like somebody will be like, I really like your work, and you're like, really? You're almost arguing with them. Like it almost becomes like a formal debate where you're like, well, I mean, by the way, I'm adjusting this camera. Okay. It can become like a formal debate where you're like, really, you like my stuff? Like you really shouldn't. And then it's almost insulting the person giving a compliment when I realized this like a couple years ago where I would do that to people, especially at work too, where somebody would be like, "Hey, you did a good job on this," and I'd be like, "I don't know, it's like it's kind of wrong here," and that kind of thing. And after a while, I noticed it like put people off. Like I thought it was being humble, but it kind of put people off. So I eventually just started going, "Oh, thanks." Or like, yeah, I agree. I feel really good about that. And like suddenly people respond really well. Like they don't, anyhow, just a tip or just an observation. Okay, we've been going 10 minutes and we have not created art, but we have adjusted said webcam. Okay, I think we're good. Now you guys have a good action shot of the Wacom tablet. Um, okay, so let's finally do what we were saying we were gonna do. Christopher said, let's practice on the compliment reception. Ahem. Joshua, you are an excellent dancer and I like your new haircut. Thank you, Christopher. I think you are an excellent dancer and have an excellent haircut as well. And I also think it's hilarious and awesome that you did a BG stream. We're just going to do compliments all day. That's what we're going to do. I will say Christopher Runsman rocked the Bee Gees for like an entire stream. It's one of the funniest things I've ever seen because he's like drawing, kind of hanging out, and then he'd be like, like he'd do the funny Bee Gees voice. It was amazing. So I encourage you guys to check that out. If you haven't subscribed to Christopher Runsman, you should. All right, enough of this. We're at 11 minutes. Let's get into the plot and where we're at on the plot. Oh no, it's contagious, Christopher. It's contagious. The Bee Gees energy. It got into me here. Philip was saying Josh's hair is pretty epic tonight. Thank you. Thank you. You guys, now you're going to make me really uncomfortable accepting compliments. Because now I'm like going to start wanting, like, the more you do it, the harder it is for me to fight the urge to just be like, look, it's not that great. Okay. Just going to say thank you. I appreciate that. I have awesome hair. What can I say? Okay, let's do this. We've got no, too many compliments. It's like compliments are just chat is flooding compliments now. This was not the point of what I was saying. Oh no, what did I open up? We need to go dark. We need to go dark now. We need to have insult sandwiches. Okay, so let's do this. My apologies. Okay, so on the previous one, previously on Not Death But Love, the strange supernatural case of Elizabeth Barrett Browning. So Elizabeth was hosting Daniel Douglas Home and Mrs. Reimer, who are characters that we first met at a seance at the Reimers residence. The Reimers are friends with Elizabeth. And Elizabeth is kind of like friendly with the social circles in London because she's a famous poet and her husband is also a famous poet. So Robert goes to this seance, kind of doesn't trust Home. They start having kind of tit for tat moments, like very subtle innuendo type insults. Clearly, like Robert doesn't really respect Home. He thinks he's a charlatan, and Home is kind of messing, like actively kind of trying to trigger Robert. So that's kind of where we're at. So Robert has known that they were going to have guests, but unbeknownst to him, those guests were Mrs. Reimer, who Robert gets along with, and Home, who Robert absolutely detests. So we walked in on the previous page, on page 71. Robert walks in to basically witness, oh crap, like everybody's here. So he's basically just seeing who all are the guests at his house at Casa Gaidi, which is their house in Italy, I think. Anyhow, so now we've got Home. He's basically, or sorry, Robert, he's walked in and he says, I apologize. My apologies. I didn't realize. Right. And then we've got on the left, like Elizabeth's just kind of drinking tea. We've got Mrs. Reimer. And then suddenly Robert notices, wait a minute, there's home. Right. So that's the next part. So Robert kind of bows, like takes the hand of, like holds, it's like the Victorian thing where he's like kind of greeting Mrs. Reimer. It is good to see you. I hope you are well. And then he looks to Home, who's holding out his hand for a handshake, and he snubs him. Robert snubs him and looks back at Mrs. Reimer. So then Elizabeth, like sensing the awkwardness, like tries to make some conversation. She's like, I was telling them about Men and Women. Men and Women is a book that Robert had recently published, a book of poetry. And then Robert's saying, yes. And then Home, like not allowing the tension to die, responds by saying, critics can be so nasty, don't you think, Mr. Browning? And then it's like, Robert effectively, like he's clearly trying to bait Robert, and Robert falls for the bait and says, I will not shake your hand, sir, nor will I be in the same room with you. And Mrs. Reimer looks kind of shocked. Elizabeth's a little stunned, and Home kind of feigns being shocked. So that's kind of where we're at. Let's see here. Oh, we've got some other stuff. Oh, Christopher Runciman said, I disagree, Josh. Thank you. That's what we need. We need a disagreement arc. So bad. Christopher said, Philip, I was impressed by your effective belly rubbing. And then also Christopher had said, LOL jive talking. I think that's in regard to the Bee Gees business. Frank said, I like the way Chris uses monkey gifs in his stream. Yeah, that's pretty smart. Eddie says, Runtsman, hi. And then we've got people accepting compliments. Look at this. It's like an episode of Mr. Rogers where I talked about accepting compliments, and now we're all complimenting each other and accepting them. Christopher said, Eddie, you are a fantastic representative of New York, not just a city, but a state too. Nice. Eddie said, thank you very much. I'm flattered. You see, there's compliments. This is the compliment. You know what I'm going to call this? I think I wrote it down. That's what I'm doing right now. So aesthetically pleasingly compliments. That's what might be the title of this stream. Christopher said, that was a great description, but for balance, a little darkness. Death comes for us eventually. I like it. Okay, now we've got the high, and now we've got the low. I like the idea of a darkness sandwich. You're like, I'm super depressed, but that was an amazing page you worked on, but we're all gonna die. Okay. Eddie said, it is pronounced E, short for Edith. I apologize. I feel like you've explained that before, Edie, too. I will try to remember that in my terrible, like, autistic lack of pronouncing names wrong. Right. It's one of my biggest weaknesses is names, but I will try so hard. Edie, not Eddie. So it's not Eddie Vedder, it's Edie. Got it. Okay. I will try to remember that. The reason I said the Eddie Vedder thing is to be like, not Eddie Vedder, Edie. What would a darkness sandwich have on it? Molasses. I think I like that idea. I don't know. Molasses feels like a step away from maple. I feel like you're just trying to gear the conversation towards maple again. You gotta watch these maple guys. That's all I have to say. Although I will agree, maple is pretty good. I have been known from time to time to have a little maple in my whiskey. Not maple whiskey, that stuff's trash, but if you get whiskey and then you put a little maple in it, it's pretty good. That's all I have to say. Okay, we're actually drawing now. I need to draw. Okay, let's draw. Let's see here. Okay, let's start by thumbnailing. So we've gone through the page, we have the scene, we know where we're at. Now let's go through and break down the script of like what I need to show to kind of make this work. Yeah. Eddie said molasses is what's left over after they've refined the sugar. See? One step away from maple. That's all I have to say. Okay. Christopher said, I have been known time to time to rock out on a triangle at a heavy metal concert. I could see that. I think triangle and heavy metal are like made for each other. They're like a real he said it's a really big metal triangle. I like it. One of my favorite threadless shirts from back in the day was a fan, like, you know, just like a spinning fan, cooling fan. And it's the fan says, "I'm a big metal fan." And I love that. I thought that was, it still cracks me up. It's like such a dumb joke, but it still gets me. Because I'm picturing the fan with like this little smiley face on it, and it's like, I'm a big metal fan. Anyhow, okay. Let's get to this. Okay. Elizabeth sits as if frozen in place. So Elizabeth is stunned that. Okay, this is good. So this is going to be our little list at the beginning before we get to thumbnails, and then we'll get to rough. So Elizabeth sits, stunned, and there is a massive lag between when I draw something and when it shows up. That's fun. So Elizabeth sits stunned. Mrs. Reimer says, Mr. Browning. I think that can happen in the same panel. Text. Okay. Home lays a comforting hand. Okay, that needs to be a second panel. Home hand on Reimer. And then he says, do not trouble yourself, dear lady. Mr. Browning has been storing up his vitriol. You see, he was trying to, again, like, I know this guy. Like, I think we've all been around this guy. Have you not had a moment? Like, I've definitely had a moment where I was sitting with somebody who's like a home type guy, somebody who's just needling you, and they're doing it socially in a way that's like, no one else notices. No one else really is clued in, but you know the bullshit this person's up to. And finally, they kind of needle you to the point where you react, and that gives them exactly what they wanted because they're literally needling you so you look bad to everybody else. That's what Home has done here. And then he's reveling in it by being like, Mr. Browning has been storing up his vitriol, like as if it was Browning and not him. I love this. He's such a good villain. Like, one of the things that made me want to work on this book was that. Christopher said, I just finished a page entitled Elvis Resurrected for the Holidays. That's too good. That is too good. That's hilarious. Okay. So we've got Home hand on Mrs. Reimer's shoulder. And then what do we have? We have text. So that's going to be Holmes' dialogue or whatever. Okay, then it's got to go to Robert. Robert saying, "My vitriol, it is you who have treated me with disdain. You who exploit the weak of exploit the grief of the weak-minded and hopeless." Yeah, hell yeah. Tell him. That's honestly what bugs me about charlatans. I don't know if you guys have ever had that, but it's like the thing that bugs me the most about like mediums and people like doing that kind of stuff is like it really preys on people who like are really desperate. It's just like it's like a scammer where like scammers usually like do scams on old ladies. Um, it's funny. My mother-in-law got a call from a scammer a couple days ago, and we could overhear his voice. Like, luckily she's not dumb, but it was somebody who was like basically like trying to get them to like, oh, we have accidentally overpaid your account, and like they do this whole thing, and it's the bit, and it's so obvious, and it was like I just was like, again, like I don't know, there's just a part of me that's like it's the preying on the vulnerability of those people that makes me really not like them. But I will say a strength of this script is the way it's written. You really start disliking Home. Like he's a really good villain is all I'm saying, even in a Victorian kind of subtle way. It's like I want to see him go down. Okay, so we've got now we're getting excited about the story. Okay, let's see here. So this is going to be Robert text. This is him blowing up. Um, should I have Miss Reimers? Let's see how much left we have of this page. I think this needs to be just one panel because that's like a big Robert exploding thing. Okay, so we've got Mrs. R saying, oh, you know what? Never mind. I really wanted to focus on that anger, but I think the angry Robert, but I think we need to have, okay, so we've got Robert's text in the third panel, and we're going to have Mrs. Reimer's response because there's a little bit of action. And this is the tough thing with comics is like whenever I'm transposing, Christopher said, my favorite part of breaking down pages, Joshua, is that you also do the voices. I'm glad that I'm not alone in that. Man, I do a lot of voices. That's all I have to say. Christopher said, I'm on my 78th page page of comics since the start of the year. I think I have a problem. I don't know, man. I think it's a good problem to have. I feel like comics are like our secret torture that we all are addicted to, and we try to hawk on other people. We're like, you should do comics. It's like, is it fun? Not really. Well, is it like enjoyable? No. It's horrible. Well, is it quick? Is it like silly? I mean, it's comics. It sounds really fun. No, it's not. It takes an immense amount of time. Oh, well, is it like hard, like at least easier than like painting or drawing? No. Why do you do it? It's awesome. You should check it out. Eddie said, perhaps your one pages can be used as fillers in magazines like Heavy Metal, assuming they're slanted towards the magazine's genres. Well, I think Christopher compiles them. So he like actually publishes his own anthologies of like his own work, which is really a cool idea, where it's like a bunch of one-page comics by the same person, but they're all in different styles. It's really cool. Okay. Let's see here. So we've got Mrs. Reimer's response here. Mr. Browning, you forget yourself. Elizabeth looking pleadingly at Robert as Home stands up. So I need this to be maybe EBB here. EBB is for Elizabeth Barrett Browning. So this is going to be her. This is like the boring part visually for people of the thumbnail process for me. This is the thinky part where I'm like, okay, I have to break this down before I start drawing, you know? So EBB is going to be reacting here. So face. So that's going to be a lot on panel 3. We'll see if we need to break it further, but once we get to thumbnails, it should make sense. Okay, home rises to feet, stands, standing. So we can have home sitting in the previous panel and kind of take care of that action there. So that previous panel is going to have to be a wide shot that shows everybody. So home is going to say, and then his text. He's saying, you bear a grudge against me, sir, and I know why. And Robert calls the charlatan out. He says, I bear you no grudge. This is going to be a Robert text. Close up. This is a standoff, so I wanted to get close to Robert's face at this point, and the last one will be Holmes' face. So Robert says, I bear you no grudge that you are a confidence man and a fraud, I am certain. It's fighting words. And then Holmes says, you are offended that on the night we first met, the spirit crowned your wife's worthy head instead of your own. So that'll be home text. Okay, we got it broken down. Good to go. Good to go. Let's do this. Christopher said, this is actually, to me, the most interesting part. To me, too, honestly. It's the most fun because it's like the most mentally challenging. And I just closed the manuscript, which is really annoying because now you guys can't see it closed. You see the artifact of the old, but now I have to find the page in the manuscript again. So I'm feeling good about where we're at. We're about ready. We have a good breakdown list. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to find the page in the manuscript real quick. That doesn't seem to want to open. Okay, here it comes. That's going to open. I'm going to find that. We'll find that page, and then we'll play a real quick trailer. And then when we come back from the trailer, we're going to get into thumbnailing, which I think is going to be really fun. For those of you, like, I think obviously like Christopher and Philip and Edie, Frank, like all of you guys are pretty familiar with what a thumbnail is, but people watching this after the fact may not be. A thumbnail is just like a real quick doodle. It's like, it's really just to figure out staging, composition, stuff like that in a really quick fashion. The reason it's called thumbnail is you can make it like the size of your actual thumbnail, like about that big, right? That's the term thumbnail. So a thumbnail is like kind of like real quick iteration just to work something out in like 5 seconds. And then a rough is like a tighter version of a thumbnail where you're really starting to rough out the scene, usually a little bit bigger. In general, it's also like when you're working commercially, you don't want to really show your thumbnails to a client. That would be kind of ridiculous. So what you do is you send a client roughs, and the roughs that you send are usually the process of like they're a result of thumbnails. So you might do 3 thumbnails to arrive at 1 rough, and then that rough, maybe you make 3 of those. So you've done 9 thumbnails, right? You send 3 roughs to your client, right? I don't know. I don't know if that makes sense, but hopefully that kind of explains it. Edie said, is panel size, shape, and placement on the page relatively random as long as the flow from one panel to the next is easy to discern? Or is there some way to tell what's best in general? My suggestion, Christopher would be a good person to talk to about this too, because he does a lot of different paneling options. But my suggestion is come up with a grid and stick to it. Like, so if you're going to do like a comic where you want it to be like, in general, it's going to fall back on a 6-panel grid where it's 6 even panels. That's a good starting point that you can work from and then grow from there. So like have an underlying structure, and then that structure will allow you to creatively play with it. So it doesn't mean just saying that like your comic's going to be a 6-panel page comic, like every page has roughly 6 panels, doesn't mean you can't have one page that's just a spread, or another page where like the panels get larger and smaller. But just starting with like a basic grid can help you a lot with sizing. And then I think in general, you want to make sure the pacing is clear and that it's visually kind of flowing with each other on a spread. So what you don't want to do is like drastically change your paneling to where it doesn't feel like it fits in the story. That's just some rough thoughts on it. But also for pacing, which Christopher just brought up, that's a really good point too. So smaller panels can be like a beat, whereas like, let's say we have like 3 panels in a row at the top of a page. That's going to be like this, right? For time. But if you have 2 panels, it's more like this, right? And if you have 1 panel, it's like this. Does that make sense? Like it's like a beat or a tempo. So it's like you can either have it be like reading like dot 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 dot, or you can have it reading like dot dot, or you can change it up where it's like, you know, if it's 2 and then it's 3 on the next row, then it's like dot 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 dot, right? It's kind of like music. I don't know if that makes sense, but the tempo of it is a really good thing. That's Christopher said that's what's snapping in. Yeah, it is what's snapping in. We're having a snapping in time on our compliment aesthetically pleasingly cast. Okay, so let me find this page. I'll put on a trailer and then we'll come back and we'll do some thumbnails. I hope you guys are doing well. I hope you are rocking some comic pages. Adam said detail can really affect tempo too. Yeah, everything can affect tempo. Detail, composition. Paul on the Artcasters like brought up on a chase scene, kind of having a very kind of more cluttered scene that kind of makes it a little quicker, weirdly enough. Whereas like having a scene that's like a big panel with a lot of focus on like very simple items kind of slows it down a little bit. It's kind of a weird thing. And that could work in reverse too, where you could put so much detail into something that it draws somebody in and kind of holds their attention. But the thing I love about comics is once you start getting into the time stuff, that's the good stuff. Like that's my favorite stuff. Like the tempo, the pacing. That's like my favorite thing about comics is layout. Like I absolutely adore thinking about layout, challenging people with layout, challenging myself with layout. I love it. Layout's fun. Yeah, that's true. Adam was saying no matter how many panels Prince Valiant has, it really seems slow. It's so detailed. That's true. That's true, Adam. Okay, guys. I found the page. Okay, and then I'm going to put on a trailer. I think I'm going to play Mr. Jim Luhan's trailer because I think it is one of my favorite things in the world. So we're going to play the trailer from Jimmy the Lutz, good friend of the show. You guys should be subscribed to him. And then I'll be back and we're going to rock a thumbnail and then we'll rock the rough for this page. And hopefully all in good time so that I can finish by dominating the world playing Risk. So, okay, here we go. We've got Jim's trailer here.
Well, Peter, since I'm such a big music fan, I'm gonna have to go with Karen Carpenter. Oh, Stu, I'm sorry, that's the incorrect answer. Trish, what you got for us?
I'm gonna go with Kim Gordon.
All right, let's check that answer. Kim Gordon. Do we have a Kim Gordon? Yes, and that means you're our new Wordzoid champion, Trish.
Dale, tell Trish what she's won.
Trish, you've won a copy of 2 stories, a memoir of faith and mental illness. Handwritten, hand-drawn, and handed to you by artist and writer Joshua Kemble. But wait, that's not all. You've also won a copy of Jacob's Apartment, the story of a doomed romance. What happens when you take Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind and put it in a blender with Ghost World? You get Jacob's Apartment, written and illustrated by Joshua Kemble. Trish, thank you for playing Wordzoid.
All right, great job, Trish.
I was told I was gonna get a lifetime supply of paper towels.
Let's see here. Text. Okay, text is done. Now we're going to do thumbnails. Now, by the way, this process that I'm doing, a lot of artists are way quicker at it. It just takes me a long time. I'm weird with this stuff. This will be what I'll call thumb, this layer. And I always keep a copy of the previous page, whether it's a rough or a final, on the same page as I'm roughing it out when I work digitally. If I'm working traditionally, I'll have this printout, right, like of the roughs, like right next to me, so I can like sketch out and keep in sequence. Because like the thing about sequential art that's different than like illustration and graphic design is like you're working with like a lot of repeated images of the same character. It's really easy to make like basic sequential errors where like maybe your character's holding their Wacom pen in their right hand, and then the next panel you have it in their left. You're not going to notice those kind of things and those consistency issues unless you work in sequence, like, and keep an eye on the previous sequence. We've got. Okay, I think Christopher took off. That's cool. Christopher said that's the good fun. Different page experimentation madness. Good night, all. Have a great stream. High fives forever. Thumbs up, Joshua. I second that. Yeah, if you guys are watching this, hit that thumbs up button now while you can. That's awesome. Thank you. And then we've got Adam asking about infestation. I'm going to have to find out more about this. A canine inspection. Have a better idea. Ooh, sounds like a bed bug kind of issue or something. Sorry about that, Philip. That sounds rough. Cool. Okay, let's get into thumbnails. We're going to rock some business of thumbnails. So number one is going to be Elizabeth is sitting frozen in place. So this was the last panel. We just have Robert kind of lose it and say, I will not shake your hand, sir. Okay. Cool. This one's going to be. Okay. Let me think. Okay. So we've got, this is just a thumbnail. So we're not going to get crazy with it. You know what? Before I even draw the panel border, we'll just do the sketch of what the scene will be. So it's going to be Elizabeth sitting frozen in place. I think she needs to be kind of taken aback. So I want her sitting like real proper. Like she's going to be like almost like arching her back. So something like that. And then I'm going to have Robert kind of, he's just had his blow up. He's facing to the right. So now he's going to be kind of having a moment where he realizes that home had triggered him. So I think he'll be here. I think, let me see. I want him kind of arching down. Like he's a little disappointed in himself. So he'll be arching down a little bit. What'll his hands be doing? Maybe his hands can be. Where was his hand previously? Okay, I think his hands should be down to the side actually, because it's like, you know, I want him to feel like he's defeated a little bit, like he's been triggered by a guy who's trying to bait him. A master of that. Master of trying that. Okay, let's see here. So Frank said, I'm listening while working. If you need me, just say my name. Nice. Edie said, when you said K9, I thought you might have meant something police related or related to your comic. Philip does have a K9 in his comic. Okay. Let's see here. Then it's Mrs. Reimer is saying, Mr. Browning. Okay. So she's going to be here. I think she needs to be like, Mr. Browning or Mr. Browning, or like, how would you do that? Mr. Browning. Mr. Browning. I think this seems more like a speech. This seems more like, oh my goodness. There it is. Okay, that's what I need. So it's going to be her kind of with her arms back like this. Mr. Browning. So she'll be here and she'll be saying, Mr. Browning. Okay. And then we've got here, we're going to have home. Home will be like smiling. So, okay, that's all we need. We're just doing a thumbnail. I'm almost starting to do a rough or something, which I don't need to do. Okay, so that's panel 1. Boom. How many panels do we got here? 6. That's great. Okay. Okay, the next one is home laying a comforting hand on Mrs. Reimer's shoulder and saying, do not trouble yourself, dear lady. Mr. Browning has been storing up his vitriol. So this is going to be him deviously comforting her. That's a lot of type. I need it to be her here. I think Mrs. Reimer should be here. Home's hand will be here. I like the idea of home being kind of more in the foreground. And he'll be kind of here. Like, so we've got almost like a... And actually his hand should be out. Like kind of almost like pointing. His hand here is going to be out kind of pointing at home. Or sorry, pointing at Robert. I keep calling Robert home. And then Robert will be here, but I don't like I need to just ditch doing frames when I'm doing this kind of thing. So Robert will be here in kind of the background. Let's see. Head down. He'll be framed kind of over here. So that we'll have basically her. Actually, I really like that. Okay, and then he'll be able to say his ridiculous amount of text. Okay, cool. Okay, thumbnail panel 2. We're in the zone, guys. I actually like that flow. It's a good flow. It's like a hip-hop flow going there. Oh, Philip was saying I need to read the rest of the messages. Was there more? Okay, so Frank said, if you need me, just say my name. Okay, Philip was saying the dogs are trained to sniff out bed bugs. So it was a bed bug thing. It was just there's a dog that comes and sniffs out bed bugs. That's awesome. Edie said, I didn't know that. And then Philip, I think he was cracking up because I was like, hey, it's like a dog. I mean, there is a dog in his comic. Okay, that makes sense. And then Adam said, store your vitriol. Exactly. You just keep it there. Let it simmer. Edie said, who would you rather have at a dinner party celebrating the publishing of your comic, Harry and Meghan or the Kardashians? I don't know anything about either of those people. Am I crazy? I don't know who Harry and Meghan are. I think I'm old and out of touch is what I'm getting at. Okay. Who would you rather have, Edie? I'd like to know. Okay, so we're going to do panel 3. So this is going to be yeah, that was his text. Okay, so this one's going to be Robert. Okay, this is the wide shot. So we've got Robert's text, Mrs. Reimer's response, and then Elizabeth's face. Philip said, you're not missing much, LOL. And then Edie said, I'd rather eat alone. I like it. Yeah, I really don't pay attention, especially like Hollywood type stuff. I have no idea. Okay, let's see here. I mean, I think I've heard of the Kardashians, but I've never heard of Harry and Meghan. Is that the prince? You have to let me know now. Now, like the anthropologist in me wants to know, who are these strange beings and what are they? Harry's the son of Prince. Yeah, okay. So I kind of do know. I feel like I should give an honest answer to this. Here's the thing. I wouldn't want to have dinner with any of them, but which one would garner the most press for the book release? That, I think, would be worth it. So I would think I would have somebody tell me which one of them gets more press, and that's who I want to have dinner with after my book's done. And then I would do a press release about the dinner, and hopefully that would drive sales of the book. Is that dark and evil of me to think? That's how I would answer that. Okay. The Duke and Duchess of Sussex. That's awesome. I got to admit, it'd be interesting if the U.S. had dukes and duchesses. I'm not a fan of like the royal family or the idea of like these hierarchical societies and stuff, but there is a part of me that like, I don't know, it'd be fun to have like a weird thing to your name where it's like, you have to call me Colonel Kemble, Colonel Kremble. Like there was a while ago where Kevin Cross and I were trying to figure out how somebody could actually become a Kentucky colonel. Just because it would be hilarious to be like, no, you don't understand. My name is Colonel Kremble. Okay, that's all. Okay, so we've got do not trouble yourself, blah, 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 blah. Okay, home. That was it. Okay, now we've got Robert. My vitriol. It is you. It is you. Okay. And I also have pinwheels happening. Okay, there we go. So we're going to do this bit now. So it's going to be the home, Reimer's response, and Elizabeth is going to look pleadingly at Robert. So I want this to be, I'm trying to think how this can be framed. Okay, I need to not just don't draw the box yet. Okay, so it's going to be Robert saying, my vitriol. Okay. Robert will be, I kind of think it needs to be almost like behind Robert, but that wouldn't show Elizabeth pleading. Okay. Better yet. Okay. So we'll have Robert in the foreground saying like, my vitriol, hand out. Other hand kind of doing the like, I am exclaiming here with my hand. Okay. He's going to be like, my vitriol. Again, this is just a thumbnail, so I shouldn't be so precious about it. Elizabeth is going to be looking at Robert pleadingly. So she'll be here. He should be here. Reimer could be here. Oh, that would actually be really good. Okay. Kind of working out the staging here. So Reimer will be here, Mrs. Reimer. Or she can say, Mr. Holmes, you forget yourself. So she'll be here with her kind of funny cap. And he needs to actually be, I was thinking he'd be looking that way, but that'll look like he's addressing her. And maybe we can have home here. Okay, that works. So then he'll be saying, Robert's gonna have this long thing where he's gonna be saying, my vitriol, it's you who's blah blah blah, and then okay, we have to frame it a little bit better. Maybe we can actually just scoot her over a little bit to where there's going to be space for her to respond, but it doesn't feel crowded in there. So this will be Mr. Home, you forget yourself or whatever. Boom, done. Again, thumbnails. These are actually way too tight for thumbnails. They're not tight, but it's like, I feel like yesterday I was in a zone where I was like perfectly loose when it came to thumbs, and then tonight I'm like all tightened up again. Let's see here. Oh, nice. Philip's giving me some goss saying Harry married Meghan. I think she's an actress. They moved to the US to have privacy, but have constantly been in the news announcing their privacy. It sounds like royal family stuff. Eddie said, you're smart and shrewd, both good qualities. Edie said that. Okay, thank you. I'm trying to work on accepting compliments, so I will accept that compliment. And he said, smart to think of, or she said, smart to think of publicity. Okay. And then Frank, I just want to give a moment of silence for Frank's reliable amazingness and just read that yourselves. Because it's Mrs. Reimer. And Frank drops that bomb. That's beautiful. And I love that. I love that Frank is reliably going to drop an awesome pun. Okay. So this is Mr. Browning, you forget yourself. Now we got 3 panels in. Now we've got panel 4. Why is my computer freezing? No pixels are selected. I'm not trying to select pixels. Thank you. Okay. The next one is Home is going to be standing. Home is rising to his feet, saying, "You bear a grudge against me, sir, and I know why." Okay. This will be Home rising to his feet. He's going to be saying, "You bear a grudge against me, sir, and I know why." So that'll be Home. But he needs to be rising to his feet. So I want him like standing up off of the couch. He's just getting up. And then we need to actually widen this a little bit because I want Mrs. Reimer here. So Reimer is going to be here with her hat or whatever. Again, thumbnail, not rough yet. She'll be here. Sort of looking to him. And then the back of the couch or whatever. So you can see that he's getting up. Home is, or Robert's here. And then we'll have, I think he'll have the police, the cop hands going. And then we'll have Elizabeth kind of looking like her dinner party has been ruined. And I don't think she's noticed Holmes like needling. So like she might at this point be thinking it's ruined because of Robert. So mission accomplished, Mr. Home. Okay, there we go. We've got that. Let's mark these off. We've got check, 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 check. And now we've got Robert text standing close up. Okay. This is going to be Robert saying, "I bear you no grudge. You're a confidence man and a fraud. I am certain." I also, by the way, I have to say, I really admire the idea of dissing somebody and then at the end going, "I am certain." That's such a great way to insult someone. Like if you call somebody an idiot, right? That's rude and insulting. But imagine if somebody said, "You are an idiot. I am certain." That like I am certain period. That's them some blows. Like that's some Victorian fighting language. Okay. I bear you no grudge. You're a confidence man and a fraud. I am certain. Okay, that's gonna be close up on Robert. I want this to be Home here. We're gonna do that good old trick. So it's gonna be Home here, right? He's got his face here. And we've got Robert here. Philip said the British will insult you and then ask you to agree. So this is going to be Robert dropping bombs. And he's just going to be pointing. You. Wait, should he be pointing like this or this? I think this would be better. Okay. So he's going to be saying, "Whatever, Robert will have a beard and all that stuff, but that's for roughs, not thumbnails. And then this one will be, now we've got Robert's head, right? Robert's head will be here. Oh, snap. We got some juxtaposition in the layout. I've used this trick before. So this will be home, or Robert, and then home will be here, kind of snarkily making his comment with his hair or whatever. And I think he'll have his arms crossed. Actually, I don't want his arms crossed. I want like one hand kind of cradling under. So he's kind of doing this. That's what I'll do. Okay, there we go. And we've got him saying his stuff. And we finished our thumbnails. Yay! Thumbnails are done. So now we have to do roughs. And during this process, I always try to really make it a goal not to like totally burn out. I know this is like a deep, crazy take here, guys, but I try really hard not to totally burn myself out. I know it's a hot take. But anyhow, so I'm going to be playing another trailer, but we have our thumbnail. So we know exactly where this page is going to be. Just to make it finalized, you know, let's just draw a like page size around it. Look at that. Okay. Our thumbnail's done. Edie said I'm going to hit the sack, guys. It's almost 2 a.m. here in New York City. Thanks for everything, Joshua. I'll see you and all you guys next stream. Thank you, Edie. I will hold myself to pronouncing that name correctly too. So Edie, if I get that wrong, give me grief on the next one. If I slump on that one. All right. So we're going to play a trailer and then we'll come back and we'll do roughs. I don't think I need this list anymore. Well, I do need the list. But we'll go ahead and rock and roll some roughs when I get back. So here is the trailer for Jacob's Apartment.
Clearly it seems that only in dreams can we be these things we've seen and walk around breathing pain. I don't know the part to play in this heart of mine. There's dissonant things, they split at the seams.
All right, guys, welcome back. Welcome back. So we have our thumbnail. We've got our text Now I've got my panel borders. I've explained this before, but what I usually do is use the previous, let's show guides. It's interesting that I can't. Okay, there we go. So we're going to show the guides, but basically what I do at the beginning of a book project, I'll set up guides for the verso and recto sides of the page, like the left and right. And then the great thing is once I've set up the template, then I'm roughing everything to template as well. And so like in this case, like once my rough is done, it's pretty close to the final scale of the art, which makes it really easy and fluid to watch, and it has the proper bleeds and everything. So in order to kind of make that, I'll just pull the panel borders and the roughs from 2 pages ago. So it's like, this is actually page 71. I just retitle it page 73 and so on. So all my odds are the same template that I'm just recycling over and over again. And all my evens are the same template that I'm recycling over and over again. So that's what this is. But we're just going to this is just a rough. So we're just going to really quickly adjust the panel borders to kind of fit the thumbnail. So that's what we're going to do right here. It's just kind of a wacky working process, but it's what works for me. Okay. Wacky working process. That's catchy. I think because of the 2 W's. To me, that sounds really catchy. Cool. So most of this is already kind of done. All I have to do is just kind of adjust. And this is kind of tying into what I was telling Edie about coming up with like a specific grid that you're sticking with on your comic. Like in this case, I'm doing most of this whole comic is based on a 6-panel grid, and it'll be rough variations of that. And then every once in a while it explodes out of that. But in general, so the nice thing is the only variation I need to make to this is scooting these over quite significantly. I also know there's going to be a lot of text at the top. So, okay, cool. We don't need our extras anymore. So I'll turn view extras off. And we'll just kind of adjust these. Save. And there we go. And then this is really convenient too, because on my different layers, I'll have like references that I've looked up. Like for instance, here's Elizabeth Barrett Browning, right? That's a sculpture of her. And it's like, what's great is when I get to the final pencils, like rather than having to pull that file, it's always in my files. So like when I'm drawing Elizabeth or whatever, I can like be like, oh yeah, she has like these like bags under her eyes, you know? Like it's just nice to have that reference like right there. So anyhow. And like remembering outfits and hairstyles and different historical stuff. So that's just good to have like kind of on hand. Okay, so we're going to make a new layer. This one's going to be called roughs. And we're going to work on our roughs. And then hopefully I can knock these out in time to do some badass risk. We'll see. We'll see. I am looking forward to some world domination though. And I know this is nerdy, but I encourage you guys, like, especially if you have trouble finishing comics or sticking through with comics, coming up with little incentives like that, like, it's a really good idea. It's been super helpful for me. It's a game changer because it keeps me invested in getting finished, but at the same time, like, there's like a reward at the end, right? I don't know. I think that's a really good way of staying healthy while doing this stuff. Like, come up with self rewards for finishing certain parts of the project, especially on this. I'm on page 73. I'm a little buried in pages here. I mean, it would be really easy to just kind of be like, oh, I don't even care anymore. This kind of thing, like little incentive structures, will keep you caring and interested. Philip said I should be going to bed, but I'm really hungry. This always happens when I stay up this late. You know what's funny? After I finish streaming, I have like a second dinner. So I totally relate to that. I am a late night eater myself. Philip said my reward is a sandwich. Enjoy that sandwich, Philip. You eat that sandwich with pride. That sandwich was a sandwich hard earned. Okay. Okay. So what do we got? Oh yeah. We already have a thumbnail for this. I'm like, I almost like had a space out. This is the tough part about working at night. It's only 11 here, but it's like you do start having these moments where like your neurons fire a little weird. So it's like I had that moment where I was like about to restart the thumbnails. Okay, this is going to be Mrs. Reimer saying Mr. Browning. So we'll get that type in first. Mr. Okay, there we go. Mr. Browning. Okay. We have that text. That's good. Okay. Now we're going to have. Okay. This is Elizabeth. She's looking frozen in place. So we were going to have the high postured Elizabeth. That's right. Okay. So Elizabeth's going to be here. She's sitting. I don't know why I'm drawing her hair first, but whatever. And her posture is going to be very like pushed back. Kind of liked my thumbnail there, so I want to reference that. That was good posture. Shoulders forward. And I'm looking at my previous page. I have it right here printed out, but I'm going to be like looking at that just to make sure my costuming is correct. So I think with her, I have, yeah, she has like her kind of coat that she used to wear all the time. It's like this weird kind of almost like petticoat type. I don't even know if that's called a petticoat. It's weird Victorian era clothing, okay? Okay? I'm gonna have to bring back talk of the Victorian jet skis at some point. So this is gonna be her sort of taken aback, but her hands are sort of there. I think further back. Okay. Okay, so we have Elizabeth. We have Robert, who's going to be here. Robert will be here. Robert's costume doesn't change as much as Elizabeth's. She has a couple costume changes in here. Robert's basically wearing the same outfit, except like on the boat. Like there's a scene on a boat earlier on. But aside from that, like Robert is basically going to be wearing almost the same costume throughout a good chunk of this. That is an awful sketch. Let me redo that. Frank was saying I should sleep too. Yes. Well, I mean, the great thing about this stream is, first off, before you go, make sure you hit that like button. Okay. But the nice thing about these streams is you can always watch it in the morning too. I'll think of you guys. Don't worry. Okay, so we have Robert. See, I'm not necessarily liking this. Okay, I think I see what's going on here. I think I see what's happening. Okay. I need to have Robert kind of more like, there we go. Much better. So his head is down, and I wanted to make sure I get that tilt or whatever to his head. Okay. So then we're going to have him. You're going to see much more of his hair because his head's down. Okay. And that is not his hairstyle on that side. Here's much higher on this side. Okay. Cool. And then we're going to have, he's sort of defeated. So, okay. Good. Then we've got our kind of want him almost open-handed, maybe. Philip said, you can't interact with the chat in rewatch, though. That's true. That's true. That's why you should stay up forever, Philip. I'll be the demon on your shoulder. Stay, watch my stream. Join us, Philip. I'm kidding. I want you to be healthy. Don't worry, man. Get some rest. Although I hope you like my evil voice on the shoulder voice, where it's like, join us, watch forever. Okay. I'm here all night, guys. I am here all stinking night. All right. I kind of like that. That's like Frankenstein's monster pose. Very, very nice. I think Frank was trying to say fry, not try, but he said, I think I'll fry up a fish and then hit the sack. Nice. Fish is tasty, man. Okay. Then we've got... Okay, here we have Mrs. Reimer, who's really offended. She's going to be on this side. I'm going to pull this thumbnail a little bit over so I don't have to keep scrolling. It'd be good to have. Okay, Mrs. Reimer is going to be there. Yeah, that's a fair point. Frank said, everyone is so violent lately, hitting sacks and hay. Yeah, true. Okay. Here we go. We're going to do... Mrs. Reimer, who's going to be saying, Mr. Browning. She's going to be shocked. She is shocked. Mr. Browning. She has kind of a... Okay, I think I'm drawing her way too big, but that's okay. That's why I like doing thumbnails and roughs digitally for this book. One advantage. What's her pose here? Okay, it's arms out. She's also wearing this really weird... Okay, she's got this kind of thing around her neck. Okay. And then she's also got kind of one of these. Let me see the actual previous page. Okay, so it's kind of wider. Okay. That's something I was going to actually mention. I don't know if I've mentioned this before. If you're working on a book for print, it's really important to print it as you're working on it. I think it's helpful to have printouts of each page because you can lay it out in sequence and you'll catch errors that you didn't catch before, and you can catch them in real time. And then if you also start losing heart, like once you're, like on a book like this where it's like 70 something pages, you can, again, like I've mentioned this at the top, you can lose the plot. And so it doesn't hurt to like have it printed out in sequence with the pages facing each other the way they would in the final print. That way you can kind of check the flow of the story. And if you start doubting yourself, you can go back and read through the entire thing. It's not a bad method. She needs to be more... I want her expression more just like... Yeah. Okay. What did I have? Yeah. And here she'll have kind of this handout. And again, these are roughs, but that's okay. We can do that. Okay. And then we've got, she's going to be sitting down. The problem is, I just realized what happened to the T. Sequential error there that I'm luckily catching at this point. Okay. I'm also drawing hands real weird right now. Okay. So that'll be her saying, Mr. Browning. Elizabeth needs to have her tea as well, because it's not like the teacups just magically disappeared. She'll be a little bit higher up because she's a little bit more in the foreground or the background. Okay, and then we've got Elizabeth needs to be holding her tea too. Okay, there we go. We got our teacup. Adam was saying, great advice. I've always waited till I was almost done to test print, but it makes sense to do it throughout the process. Yeah, and then you have less of a pain in the ass when you're done because you have it all printed out in sequence. So like you don't have to like sit there and wait for the printer. And you can kind of, if you make your art print ready as you're working on it, it's like it'll save you so much headache because a lot of people will... it's doable to like do all your formatting at the end, but it's like if you do your formatting from the get-go, it's just like a million times more streamlined, easier. It's ready for print like way quicker. Yeah, doing edits is way quicker. Yeah, so glad that was helpful. It was helpful for me too. It's something I've definitely started implementing because it saves a lot of time and grief. Okay. So, okay, we have not yet finished this panel. This is like a notorious thing on my stream where I'll be like, this will only take a little bit. It's like, no. Never goes quick. Okay. Adam was saying, I was asking ChatGPT the origin of some old expressions. Oh, that sounds interesting. I have yet to use ChatGPT. I need to, just to see what the whole hullabaloo is about. What's with this chat GTP? Wait, no. If it was like a boomer, they'd be like, what's with chat GDP? They would think it was like a chat about the gross domestic product. Okay. So we're going to have, but I'd be curious, like, what some of the origins were that you discovered. So this is going to be home kind of satisfied with himself. I had him more to the side, but I think there's going to be more space on this page than I realized, which is kind of cool. Okay, so we're going to have home here. I want to just work out home's pose, and then we can kind of put him in place. So we've got home. He's going to be, where was he in the last panel? Let's check out our rough again. Okay, he's kind of leaning forward. Okay, cool. So that would fit. I think he's going to have his thumbs kind of together. And he will not be a giant in this scene. I will just shrink him down. Actually, that will be the scene. Like, home is going to become a giant and then stand up and start. It actually ends up being like a Mecha Godzilla kind of story, where it's like Elizabeth Barrett Browning and Robert have to fight this like mecha seance charlatan guy who starts tirading around London, just crushing buildings, carriages. It's basically a Victorian kaiju comic, guys. I don't know if I told you that. Okay, so here we go. We've got her saying, Mr. Browning, shocked. They will be on furniture, which I'm going to check out. Actually, let's just look at the rough for the furniture. I need to resize that rough. That's insanity, man. Oh, that wasn't the right rough. That's the old rough. Where's the... There it is. Boom. Just to know the furniture and stuff like that. Okay. Thomas Adams said, very cool. File that idea away. Thomas Adams said, I wonder if a binder full of sheet protectors would work as well. Put the printed sheet in a book and it can show you how much you have completed. 100%. Spill the beans is an interesting one. The ancient Greeks used beans to keep track of votes, and keeping a secret about the votes would be revealed by spilling the beans. Oh. Cat got your tongue is from an ancient Egyptians cutting out the tongue of liars and feeding them to cats, supposedly. Interesting. Yeah, I forget. There's a famous, because Egypt and cats, there's a lot of really interesting stuff. But there's like this really famous battle where a smaller like nation was like victorious against Egypt because of cats. It's this bizarre thing where I can't remember what war it was or what battle, but it's like I guess that they just started chucking cats like they were sieging Egypt and they started chucking cats like on like catapults like across the thing, and because Egyptians thought that cats were at the time like next to gods, they surrendered just to have them like stop. Oh wait, no, it wasn't that they were chucking cats. Sorry, that was my invention, the whole catapulting cats. It was that they put cats on their armor. Like, so they put like dead cats on their shields, and then they go to fight them, which is really disturbing, but it's like a real thing. Anyhow, if you're ever curious about it, just look it up. Just say Egypt battle dead cats. Right now I'm drawing, so I can't Google it up, but it is really interesting. I can't remember the specific battle either. But anyhow, yeah, Egypt and cats, pretty interesting stuff. Okay. There was a lamp here that I've gotten rid of. Needs to be there. Raining cats and dogs is an interesting one too, from when cats and dogs would try to get out of the rain in thatched roofs and it rained hard enough that they would fall out. That actually makes a lot of sense. Yeah, etymology of words is really interesting. And I actually relate to that a lot because I quite often will be like, where did that thing come from? Like, just end up in like a internal rabbit hole search for like some weird obscure fact or something. Okay. So we've got our okay. I might have accidentally made the bookshelf way taller than it should be, but whatever. Again, this is roughs. We're about done roughing panel 1. This actually should come up higher. I also have forgotten these are Victorians, man. They have those long coats. Okay. Whew. We're pretty close to done with one panel of roughs. Pretty exciting times, you guys. Oh, and I accidentally flattened my thumbnail to the same layer as my roughs. Okay. Okay. Now we're just going to add some tone real quick. And we have 1 of 6 done. Which isn't bad. And I'm feeling like less tight than I was before. It's like, it's weird. You can kind of, I mean, you guys probably know this, but it's like there's times as an artist where you're like, man, I'm just like not loose. Like you feel it, like you're kind of drawn a little too like noodly or a little too precious. And I feel like that finally unlocked in the last like 10 minutes, so, or 10 or 15 minutes. So I'm pretty excited about that because I think that means that the page will go a little quicker once we get to the next round of roughs. So the light source is kind of from the window that's on the right. Means Robert's going to be cast in shadow here. We're just kind of working this through. And maybe when this is all done, before doing Risk, I can look up what that battle was with the cats on the shields. Okay, that'll work. Okay, let's see. The Egyptians would not hurt cats, so the Persians put cats in front of them when they moved up, so Egyptians would not shoot at them. That was it. And they actually attached them to their shields too, so like warriors wouldn't actually hit them or attack them because they could just move forward. It's just crazy. So that was Persia. That was it. The Battle of Pelusium. Okay. I knew it. I had a feeling, Thomas, you would be the guy to know that because you're a bit of a history guy. All right, guys. Think about Egyptians and Persians fighting each other with cats in between them. Whilst I play a trailer, and then we will come back and we will rock the rest of this page. Let's see here. Okay.
Hi, my name's Chris and I like comics. I want to talk about this comic for a second here. I just got this in. I ordered it direct from my local comic shop through Diamond Distributing. It's Joshua Kemble's Jacob's Apartment. I really enjoyed this book. There's all kinds of comics out there, let's be honest. There's fun comics, there's superhero comics, there's young adult comics, there's adventure comics for kids. There's so many different things on the planet. But there's also an entire subgenre of alternative books. Real life, real world depictions in comic book form. Situations that happen to each and every one of us. And this is a fine example of that. If you get a chance, order this book from your local comic shop. You won't be disappointed. I can't sing its praises high enough. Okay? Check it out. Jacob's Apartment by Joshua Kemble.
Okay. So we have our thumbnail kind of next to us. We're working on roughs for page 73 of my graphic novel, Not Death But Love, The Strange Supernatural Story of Elizabeth Barrett Browning. And we're talking cats and Egypt. Need to write that down. Because quite often when I'm coming up with like the titles for these videos after the fact, I put them up like right after I've gone live, and I'll forget some of the funnier stuff that was brought up. And I think Egyptian cats is one of the most interesting things that's come up in this stream. Thomas said death penalty for killing a cat in Egypt. Wow, still or just back then? I'd imagine just back then, but you never know. Okay. Honestly, though, people who brutalize or hurt animals, there's another world for those people. Like, it's not a good thing. I'm a real pet nerd. Like, I'm allergic to cats, so I can't have cats. But dogs, I'm all about dogs. Dogs are amazing. Okay, cats are really awesome too. I just can't be around them because I'm allergic. Okay, let's see here. Do not trouble yourself, dear. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, this is home. Okay, so home is in the foreground of this one. He's going to be here saying, okay, I need to see the full text here. Move this out of the way. Okay, so it's going to be, do not trouble yourself, dear lady. Mr. Browning has been storing up his vitriol. Vitriol. Okay. I misspelt vitriol. Vitriol. Okay. So, yeah, Thomas clarified on the cat killing thing, the death penalty. That was back in the day. That's good. And by the way, I just want to let you guys know no cats were harmed in the making of this live stream. Okay. So we have. Okay, and I want to see my thumbnail down there. Oh, you guys can't really see it. Thumbnail's right down here, just so you guys know. I'm referencing this guy right there. But that'll possibly be off screen. Okay, so we're going to have our Mr. Home is going to be here. Actually, kind of really like my staging. I don't like the eye position there, though. He needs to be like looking forward more. There we go. Okay. Okay, and we've got him. Oh, yeah, my computer is really having processing issues today. Okay. Don't tighten up, dude. That's me talking to myself there. Don't get too tight. No need to. Okay, and then the other hand is here. And this will be a little bit, should be from behind the couch a little bit. So we're going to see a little bit of that. This kind of couch that's coming here. And we'll have a little bit of that. I want Mrs. Reimer just a little bit in the frame. Okay. It's too much of a tangent. Okay. Oh. I'm a dumbass. Okay, never mind. That was the wrong framing. Crap. So that was actually, I thought that it was going to be, okay, we have to kind of rethink this. Arg. Crap. But luckily it's just a rough, so that's not too bad. Okay. This is actually going to be, home like is going to be more facing this direction a little bit. Okay, his hand's going to be out here. I kind of like the pose I have on the rough, but I just had misunderstood my rough here. Okay. Okay, and then we're going to have him kind of sitting a little bit to the side. But I want it more, so this actually needs to be more of a side view because we're going to have her here, Mrs. Reimer. Okay. So Mrs. Reimer's here, and we've got Mrs. Reimer. It's going to be tilting her head to kind of see him. He needs to have his mug here. Darn it. I keep forgetting the fact that they're having tea. Does he have his tea here? He should have his tea here. Okay. So Mrs. Reimer is sitting next to him. Oh, he's supposed to be putting a comforting hand on her arm. Okay, that actually makes even more sense. I was like forgetting. There we go. Okay. This is why roughs are so good as opposed to like going straight to final. Imagine I went straight to final and that would be a beast to make those changes. I think she'll be holding her cup here. Great. Okay. So this is kind of where it's at. I think this actually, yeah, this is a lower top. I also forgot this has computer's taking a while. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we've got that kind of worked out there. We just need Robert. Okay, so we need kind of like to know that this is going to go back. Try, okay. Something like back here. And then we've got Robert here. Robert's going to be looking kind of miffed background. Robert's here. Slumped a little bit. Okay, so we've got Robert there. We've got they've got like there's definitely like a lamp here. There's a portrait here. It's going to be a very extreme perspective here. Okay, there we go. Not the clearest thing ever, but I think that'll do for a rough. I think that establishes kind of the setting and stuff like that. This should be the front of the couch. And we'll kind of establish our lighting again. Okay, cool. Making sure I didn't put my thumbnail in a different area. This is Reimers being comforted by the evils of home. And there we go. So we have a little bit more kind of work in here for us. Okay. 2 panels down. Boom. Where are we at? Oh my goodness. I just bumped my arm. Okay, so we're going to do one more panel and then another trailer. But I think I should get through one more panel first. This panel is interesting. This is supposed to be... Okay, this is home. So Mr. Browning is going to be saying... Let's merge this down real quick. Okay, so we need to have it saying, what is it? My vitriol. Okay. So here it'll say, my vitriol. And I misspelled vitriol again. I've just learned that I like to misspell vitriol. Okay. It is you who have treated me with disdain. You who exploit the grief of the weak-minded and hopeless. Okay. That all has to fit in there. So we're going to have that up here up top. It's going to be Robert saying that. So it's going to be framed with home on the right. Home's kind of head is a lot taller though, so. And then we're going to have, I think I need his head actually to be a little bit bigger and framing it. So I kind of want it like, maybe it's like out of frame a little bit. There we go. And then we're going to have Mrs. Reimer here. So this will be her kind of weird like bonnet thing. Okay. And then we're going to have Robert here, dead center. Oh, we need to actually add her text too. It's going to be Mr. Browning, you forgot yourself or forget yourself. Mr. Browning, you forget yourself. Okay. So now we've got that kind of working. Let's have this centered. And then we'll have her words, which are pretty easy to kind of get in there. Yeah. So there's her word balloon. Okay. So Browning's going to be here. So let's see. Browning's going to be here. And he is going to be yelling at this is going to be a tight squeeze. But actually, I think it'll work. So he's got his bow tie on. I think here I'll have him. I think I'm going to have him putting his hand on his chest because he's saying my vitriol, it's you. So if I have him kind of covering his hand there, it kind of works because it's him saying my and you, you know? Then we'll have Elizabeth. I had on the other side, but I think her framed here actually would make more sense. So Elizabeth's going to be here. Just going all over the place, guys. And this will be her couch thing that she's sitting on. And then we'll have the, there's the portraits. Wait a minute. That's not right. I have to actually look at that. So there's on that page. Got it. Okay. I have a reference. Okay. So there's like a circular guy here. There's like a square frame here. There's, I think there's two other square frames here. Square frames. And then I think there's a larger frame here, I think. So, okay. And there is definitely going to be, okay, we've got that. Of here. We have, I believe, the corner of the room that has like a weird little hearth thing and some stuff on it. And there's definitely like molding on the roof. And then there is going to be a doorway here. The doorway should not be super tall, so that'll be kind of there. There we go. We have finished the rough. Now we just have to tone it. This time the lighting is going to be coming from a different direction. Seeing it kind of from a different side. The room is going to be very dark behind Robert and Elizabeth. And we need to have this get real dark down here. Cool. Okay, guys, we're halfway there. Halfway there. If you are still watching and staying tuned, know that I appreciate you guys. And I will be right back. We're going to watch one more trailer. Then hopefully we can bust through more of these roughs for this page. And we're making okay time, so I feel like there might be possibility at the end of this to have a little bit of risk global domination, but we'll see. Okay, I'm going to put on another trailer, and I'll be back. Here's the Christmas trailer for 2 Stories. All right, we are back and we are ready to rock and roll. So this is going to have text at the top. This is going to be actually, it's not a lot of text. It's just, you bear a grudge against me, sir, and I know why. Okay. I'm going to say, you bear a grudge against, oh, bad writing there. Me, sir, and I know I know why. What are you guys working on out of curiosity, those of you who are watching? It's always fun to know what everybody's carving away at. Okay, I really like this thumbnail, and I kind of feel like I'm almost doing like double time here on the roughs, because I actually have a pretty good gesture down. So I think what I can do, I might actually just go ahead and pop this here just as a template, so I don't have to like recreate the wheel here. So we'll go ahead and lock this and make it like blue. Let's make it cyan. Cool. Okay, so now let's go back to our layer, put it back below, and then we can go ahead and do our rough right over it without needing to kind of recreate the wheel when it comes to staging. So this is going to be it's going to be home. Because that's my rough. It's like, might as well use it, you know? Okay. So I like this. I like the gesture of the shoulder that I was initially thinking with my like previous thing, where his hand's going to be here, kind of getting up. And he's going to have like folds of his coat probably. Oh, come on. And here he's going to be pointing. You kind sir. I love this Victorian like crap talking. You sir. Okay. Victorian smack talk. This was going to be the back side of the couch, which actually works really well. That's him getting up, but he's not getting up in a suit. He's getting up in a Victorian outfit, so that's going to be longer. And then this is going to be Mrs. Reimer, who's like, oh my goodness. She has her round nose. Vic said, what up? How's it going, Vic? We're doing more roughs for the next set. The next set of roughs for page 73. So we finished roughs for page 72. I like to do roughs in batches of 5. And that's what we're up to tonight. What are you up to? What are you working on? So this is her. She's got her kind of weird hat on. She's going to be sitting here, shoulders back. There we go. She would go over to here where her, okay. And we have Robert, who's going to be standing here. Robert's beard. Got it. Robert's got his Victorian gentleman's outfit on. He's going to have his arms out on to his sides. I remember that from the thumbnail. He's going to have his hands to the side. Vic said, just chilling right now, probably getting to penciling in a bit. Granted, I just woke up. Nice. Well, welcome. And if you start penciling, cool. So this is going to be Robert standing, legs out. He's going to have his... Okay. And this is going to be Elizabeth in the background. She's going to be kind of shocked. I like the way that I had, I think her hands were going to be just like here. She's like, oh my goodness, this is bad. Is she wearing her 3-tiered? I think she should be wearing her 3-tiered. She's got like a 3-tiered skirt. Okay, cool. We corrected that. So this will be. She shouldn't be so big though. I think she's like she needs to be behind him. So we'll have that. She's in the background here. Okay. We have that kind of worked out. That's pretty cool. All right. Thank goodness for that. Using the thumbnails for what we're already laid out really nicely. Okay, so we're gonna have this here. Okay, so this I want a little closer. This is gonna be his speech bubble. Oh my gosh. Just roughs, guys, roughs. This is gonna be her. She has like this couch thing. There's a table here. It's like kind of like this. There's a whole slew of stuff going on here. Okay, there's like a chair here too. I wonder if I forgot the chair. I didn't. Okay, that's good. It's like a chair that's supposed to be here. Okay, and then we have our bookshelf. Bookshelf should be here. Kind of cheating perspective a little bit. That actually doesn't make a lot of sense. Okay, the doorway should actually be here. There's the roof. Okay, we have our okay. There's like bookshelf or frames here. A big frame here. There's the doorway. Doorway is going to have like an opening like that. Then we're going to have our bookshelf, kind of rickety bookshelf kind of thing going. Okay. So I am cheating perspective a little bit here by alternating their couch, but I don't mind actually, because I like that angle. So okay. Come on. Okay. These actually, there should be 3 tiers on this, like not tiers, but 3 lines on the bookshelf. So there we go. But this is a rough, so you don't want to be too precious. Aaron Blaylock said, I just finished another page of my W2 World War II adventure thriller in Photoshop. Off to bed, watching your work. Thanks, man. That sounds really cool. Then Vic said, I swear these roughs look like old undergrounds. Nice. So we're going to just shade these real quick. Vic said, I got 10.5 pages and a backup story, and I'll be in time to submit to Gold Key. Awesome. You guys, I don't know if all of you were here for our talk of Persia versus Egypt back in history, how they used to use cats in warfare. It's kind of insane. Anyhow, that was an interesting conversation. Okay, so we have this back here. We're gonna kind of have Robert. Robert needs a shadow. Another tip with art and stuff, it's like if you ever draw a character and they look floating, like this is an issue a lot of people have. It's like the biggest cheat with drawing a character to make it not look like it's just floating is just that, like just add a shadow. Because we're not used to seeing figures just like floating on blank ground. So adding shadow below your characters is a really good habit to get into. Okay. Because otherwise, figures look like they're floating. Okay. We have 4 done. Where are we at for time? Yeah, Vic was saying Persians attaching cats to shields where the Egyptians couldn't fight back. Yeah, exactly. Some dark, weird history. Okay. We are almost there. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to play one more trailer. Then we're going to come back. We're going to knock out the last 2 of these, which should be fairly quick to get done. And then we're going to play a game of Risk, world domination, global domination. So I'm going to put on another trailer, and I'll see you guys in a few.
Hi, my name is Phil Chandler. I'm a freelance artist, illustrator, and cartoonist. Today, though, however, I want to tell you about a graphic novel I picked up recently called Jacob's Apartment. This book was both written and beautifully illustrated by Joshua Kemble. It is the story of a doomed romance that causes the main character to question his beliefs and his faith, while he's also going through other tragedies in his life. Every page has been illustrated by hand and digitally colored with painstaking detail. It is an emotional story that causes you to think and even question things in your own life. And while the story is a tragedy, it is one that I was completely entertained by and I highly recommend. You can currently find this on Amazon or even check in with your local bookstore and see if you can order it. And while you're at it, you can also check out my Instagram at Phil Chandler Arts and also my YouTube channel by the same name, Phil Chandler Arts. And go buy Jacob's Apartment.
Let's do, let's see here. It was, the last one was, you bear me, let's see. You bear a grudge against me, sir, and I know why. Okay, this is going to be, I bear you no grudge, that you are a confidence man and a fraud, I am certain. That's what he's going to be saying. I bear you no grudge that you are a confidence man, I am certain. And okay, I definitely am going to have to resituate this type. Fraud. F-R-A-U-D. Aaron, let's see here. Oh, Vic was saying, nah, that's called a master strategy. Vic said, since you're streaming Risk, I'm going to have to start streaming my 6-hour Tetris sessions. Dude, I was so obsessed with Tetris back in the day. That was my game. I loved Tetris so much. Did you ever get the rocket ship, the space shuttle? That was on the Game Boy. There was like a space shuttle that would appear at the end of Tetris when you beat it, which a lot of people didn't even know you could actually beat it. I think the old version, I might be remembering this wrong, but I think it would just glitch out at a certain point on the classic Nintendo. I can't remember if that one had a rocket ship because I did most of my crazy Tetris playing on Game Boy. Actually, this works. This fits okay. I just need to move this just a little bit. Okay. I think we're going to do the same trick that we did before where we're going to reutilize the thumbnails because I don't know why I wasn't doing that before. Even though the thumbnails look like gibberish, it's like it's pretty much like doing the work for me. So I can kind of have these thumbnails in play and then build on those to kind of make it what it needs to be. And I don't have to redo all those structural lines. Sometimes I just work in different methods. This is like kind of a classic animation trick where in animation, quite often you like blue line, like, you know, your real loose like movement and stuff like that. And then you tighten it afterwards. Okay. This is Robert. Robert's going to be saying, I bear you no grudge, of that I'm certain. Let's move that over. We're going to be done with this in no time, guys. Okay, so I do like that kind of cropping off there, and I think that'll work for just the shape, the rough shape. Okay. This is going to be Robert. Robert's going to be pretty mad. I think for roughs, I kind of like to just use the dots for eyes because it just goes way quicker. I did like his mouth there. This is going to be, Robert has like pretty cool like Wolverine type beard. But it's like a mix between Wolvie, where it like kind of comes up here, and Abraham Lincoln. I'm probably overdoing his beard on the rough, but whatever. All right, so this is going to be Robert's kind of hair. He's got like the side comb part. He's got his tall thing here. Okay. He's got his lapels or whatever. He does not have a gigantic hand, so we'll size that there. We'll block that out. I think he needs like a thumb there. Wolverine, Lincoln, and a bit of Joshua Kemble for sure. Okay, and this is going to be right here is going to be home. who has like high eyes actually. So I need to make sure I get that correct. Home is not going to be happy about this, so I need his brow to be a little more. Okay, cool. Not perfect, but it's a rough. Let's see here. I also want a little more little closer up. So we're going to do just a little bit bigger. There we go. So it's a little bit closer to him. And in this case, we don't need a ton of background, but I don't want to skimp on backgrounds. That's always the temptation with like these floating head panels. And you don't want to do that. You don't want to skimp on backgrounds. So I will add some background in. It's so funny that I just thought to do the old trick of using the thumbnails as like a base. It's like an old, very old as time kind of trick, and I don't know why I wasn't using it because it makes these go way quicker. So there's the staging, and then we're going to have here we're just going to have like a little bit of an indication of background. Like here's that doorway we've seen in like a million of these. And then there'll be ceiling because we're going to be like kind of doing like a high angle shot. And this will be like one of the picture frames so that we're kind of at least giving an indication of background. Okay. Perfect. Boom. Done and done. Oh, you guys, one more to go. Oh, cool. There's some fun stuff happening in the chats. Okay. Vic said you can't beat Tetris as far as I know. Okay. Interesting anymore. That's too bad. And then Adam said Wolverine Link. Oh, yeah, we already mentioned that. Vic said he looks a little Yeti-ish. And then Adam said, I've always thought of two birds with one stone as smashing birds with a rock, but it was originally a slingshot. Exactly. Did you ever see was that something you looked up on Chat GPT? I'm curious. And then Adam said, did you ever see the actor from that hockey movie that Wolverine is based on? I don't know. I actually probably didn't. What hockey movie is this? Now I'm like, I feel like there's some like massive comic lore that I'm missing out on. Okay, and here he is looking like a Frenchman. He's got like a little beret. Hold on. Little beret here. Whoop. Boof. What do? I am just a mime. Okay, that was my little French thing there. I just wrote mimes because that was kind of funny to me. Hello. Okay, that's enough French jokes. Okay, let's Adam said, yeah, two birds with one stone was earlier from Chat GPT. Yeah, I can understand. I'd be worried about like opening that can of worms because the way my mind works, I'd probably just spend like 5 hours just Googling, like, basically like searching for all sorts of etymologies. You are offended that on the night we first met, the spirit crowned your wife's worthy head worthy head, not yed, instead of your own. Boom, shots fired. Victorian brawl. It's going to start right now. These Victorian gentlemen are about to get to some Victorian fisticuffs. Can you feel the Victorian tension, guys? Okay. So now we're going to do, this is going to be, this is home. Home is going to be very sneakily kind of, again, his method is to like bait Robert. He has this kind of crazy hair. And here he's going to have his, he has like a kind of vest. That's right. We were going to do an interesting thing where it's going to be his hand here. Whoa, long fingers, very long fingers. It's too long of fingers. Okay. Long forearm, too. He has just like super long bones, is all I'm saying. Okay. And then there was going to be this, which is going to be his arm here, is going to be resting here. And we got to adjust that arm so that it actually works. There we go. There's a hockey movie called Slapshot. This is Adam saying one of the early artists based Wolverine's appearance on that actor. His name is Paul D'Amato. There is a time limit on ChatGPT. If you get too into it, you will run out of questions per hour. And then Vic said, Adam, for the first time, I don't know how long I missed the Silver Line stream. Huh. What is the Silver Line stream? Okay, this is going to be him, kind of. This is Robert. Robert's Wolverine hair. Robert's hair here. And that's the thing, man. Like, you know, you don't diss or use a man's wife in a casual conversation. Those are fighting words this guy's using. Okay. But he's a villain. That's why. He's the villain of the story. All right, so we have that taken care of. Now we just have to, so in this case, he's going to be standing by the couch. So this is going to be the couch right here, which should actually be more here so that it's not creating this crazy tangent. There's going to be a little bit of the frame. We might have to move that out a little bit too so it doesn't tangent with the nose. Here is like ceiling, and then we're going to have basically here be the molding, and then here is actually the drapes that we've seen so many times, and those will cast to the windows. And we might actually be done, you guys. So I just need to shade this and then we're done. Very exciting. That means there is definitely time for one quick game of Risk. First, I need to print this once it's shaded, and then I need to also save a JPEG of it to send after finishing Risk, and I need to upload those two JPEGs, page 72 and 73, so I can get them off to my publisher so they can give feedback on them. That's why I'm doing it in like sections of 5, because I like can stream them to them, get feedback, and then work on the finals in bulk. Little chunks of 5. Cool. I am happy with this page. I'm going to print. It's a crazy complex page. Well, not really. I'll zoom out a little further so you guys can actually see the full thing. Can you see that? So that's roughly the page we just did. And then I'll zoom in a little bit. So there we go. There we go. There we go. We are done. Okay, so one is printing. I'm going to do the file save a copy. And we have earned world domination at this point. Adam said looks awesome. Thank you. Silverline is apparently Malibu Comics. Oh, that's cool. Okay. Oh, Silverline Comics. Okay. So it's a comic publisher. That's cool. All right. Print's done. JPEG saved. I'm going to close out all the nonsense. Make sure the JPEG's saved. Let's see here. Okay, we got rough. Yes. Wait, rough page 72. Oh, I probably just saved it in the wrong spot. Roughs. Rough page 72. Oh, that's bizarre. Page 72 and 73 roughs. I don't see anywhere. I must have been saving them in a weird spot. Okay. That's good to know. So we're going to go ahead and redo our saving JPEGs. And then risk. It's fun to do this. Okay. Let's see here. So let's do file, save a copy. Where was I saving these? For web. As a JPEG. Save. It already exists there. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. So we did do everything right. Okay. I'm just sleepy. So I did actually save all of them. So I can close these out and I can look in my web area. It should be under roughs. Yes. Okay. So I'm going to go grab my print. I'll play a trailer, and then we're going to come back here, just to get you guys excited. Risks shall commence. In fact, I'll go ahead and get this brand thing set up. Brand. So we're going to remove, let's hide this so you can actually see me on the stream. We'll go ahead and put on our risk banner underneath. That way you guys know we're about to rock and roll. You will notice that I am only ranked as an expert. I was a master, but I had this slew of just terrible games. So I actually went all the way down to intermediate and finally earned back my expert rank. So I'm gonna try to get to master and then hopefully grandmaster. But that's the stakes of the game. We'll kind of see when we come back. I'm gonna put this on so I can get water, get that print, put the print somewhere, and then also sneak outside and vape, and then we will commence and rock and roll. So let's see, what haven't we played yet? I don't think we played this one.
Hi, my name's Chris and I like comics. I want to talk about this comic for a second here. I just got this in. I ordered it direct from my local comic shop through Diamond Distributing. It's Joshua Kemble's Jacob's Apartment. I really enjoyed this book. There's all kinds of comics out there, let's be honest. There's fun comics, there's superhero comics, there's young adult comics, there's adventure comics for kids. There's so many different things under the planet. But there's also an entire subgenre of alternative books. Real life, real world depictions in comic book form. Situations that happen to each and every one of us. And this is a fine example of that. If you get a chance, order this book from your local comic shop. You won't be disappointed. I can't sing its praises high enough. Okay? Check it out. Jacob's Apartment by Joshua Kemble.
All right, let's do it. Yeah, Vic was saying his rank got taken away. LOL. Totally did. I got screwed like last week. So But we're going to try just doing an auto match. Again, I could go from being an expert to intermediate again. Who knows? Like, the stakes are high on this, basically. But if you want to play, you risk your rank every time. All right, so here we go. We're going to do an auto match, and we'll just end up with whatever we end up with. That actually worked way quicker than previous ones where I've like browse matches. I guess I'm going to be magenta, and I'll walk you guys through it. And then we'll call it a night after a game of Risk that I might botch. Okay. So I am first position, which is really cool. There's only 4 players, which is not so cool. I prefer games with 6 players. I think my best bet right now is to bulk up. But I also see a really easy take here of, do I have any easy takes? I think I need to approach taking South America. But I'm going to do it real slow like. And protect my my big number there. Red is going to make... these 4-person games are kind of weird because people move real quick. Let's see. Red is General Chavez. They move real quick, and they usually really burn out their troops very quickly. But that's good. Red is moving out of my way. Red is also very sloppily trying to take Australia. But again, these 4-person games tend to be a lot quicker, a lot sloppier than the 6. We'll see what black does to my 7. Is black a bad player or a good player? That's what we'll find out. White is just dominating and taking territory. And actually, white's in pretty solid position. White has taken Australia. Black is going to move for... I think they're going to do the slow move for... yeah, Africa. Do they buffer their border against me? For black? They don't. Yet. They do. Crap. Okay. So I'm going to have a bad neighbor. They just asked for an alliance, though. So I'm going to take them up on that and assume they want an alliance for real. So we'll just move our 9 down. I don't like that black has troops above me. So we'll just kind of return the favor and have troops above black, which might get taken out by red in like 2 seconds. So I have somewhat secured South America. I feel kind of bad for red. I think that white is going to own this game. They just have such a confident position. If they don't overextend, they kind of win this game. When you're down to a 4-person game at the beginning, if you can secure Australia, that's actually really good. Australia is not the strongest in a 6-person game till about mid-game when you're down to 4 people. Black is going to break our... I don't like that they're in an alliance with me and they just buffered up that 10. I feel like they're going to break my territory. So I don't trust that alliance. Now I can't trust that alliance. And it's a shame they're doing that because what they should be doing is buffering against white. But you end up in this arms race, you know, with your neighbor. And it's like, it's just not the best arms race to be in. Black just gave me a heart. I don't trust black, though. I'm like really not trusting black now. Even if it's just 2 troops, I'll take it. I think black will break me, and black should be focused on the enemy to their right. That's why you want to be a good neighbor to your neighbors. Like, it's weird in this game. Like, if black goes at me and takes out my 10, we both lose the game. Luckily, I have a card turn in, so that hopefully won't happen too soon. But look at white just taking all the territory. Black needs to guard against that. And also, they need to be concerned about red that's like right above them. I'd like to move out of red's territory. I'll probably do that the next turn if they don't take my 5. Vic said, I'm going to head out and watch some Alf. Hell yeah, dude. Thanks for hanging out and making comics with me. Is this where black betrays me? Yeah, I don't like them buffering that either. Okay. So black's not going to hit me yet. Black at least sees the enemy that is coming towards them. I would like to get that 5 out of the hair of black. But I think black breaks me this next turn. Black's going to have a card turn in, I'm guessing. Does red hit my 12 for like absolutely no reason? They don't. They do. They left a 14. They think I'm going to keep my 12 there. I don't want to keep my 12 there. I moved to help you out, red. We're not in a fight, actually. White is trying to take Asia. And so far, it looks like black's just going to let him. Because I think black breaks me this next turn. It'd be insane, though. They should really... Well, we'll see. I'm a little nervous about black, but you always have to be nervous about your neighbors in this game. I'd like it if black would move to the more traditional territory. I kind of don't mind if like I don't want to be a threat to red right now. So I'm going to move my 16 down here as like a slow play. That might be a mistake. But it also gives me a little bit of recuperation if I get totally hit. But I'm giving red a chance to collect cards, and that increases tension on black. So right now, North America is our card collecting territory, and white is going to take advantage of that. White has... They really need to eat white's cards. Like, white is going to be getting so many bonuses. It's just kind of insane that they're going to let him get away with that. And focus on North America. Like, you're going to let... Like, the bonuses go by, like, each territory. And, like, how many territories is white holding right now? It's just chaos, man. They're going to let him do it. I'm just going to build up my power outside of that 10 for when black inevitably breaks me. I'm really shocked that nobody is hitting white, because white's getting 7 cards, and if they just took like 2 of white's territories, it'd be like done. But you're never going to be able to fight white right now. Like, white is going to take all of Asia if they don't take action. They really shouldn't be messing around in North America. I mean, I get it, but your fight is in Asia, man. You ignore Asia at your own peril. There's a reason the card collecting spot is Asia. Black wisens up a little bit. I think now what we do is, again, the very slow play. I want a real big army there just as an FU to black if they hit me. And then we'll start our slow crawl. So if I'm like England, I guess you'd want to pay attention to white. White's going to take out black's exterior troop. Maybe not. Man, white is super powerful. White has 71. I guess I'm in second place, so I shouldn't be saying anything, but okay, black is doing a double. I guess they're expanding or something. That's interesting. It's a fascinating tactic. Black is also taking a really long time on their turn. Makes me worried maybe they bought it out. I think what we'll do here is I'd like to buffer up my 16 now. Because I'm liking the idea of just having a really strongly protected territory and not going for the extra. Because I think other players here are going to overextend. I think red is going to get hostile. Well, red is starting a bit of a war with black by what they just did. So now black has bigger worries than me. Black's been kind of focusing on me, but red just made a 23 right by their yeah. And white is going to make an active attempt to take over North America. Interesting. Or card block me. But white has 77 troops. And I'm no longer in second place. Second place by far is black. Black is going to break. Yep. So England made, like, Europe made the error of making that 23 right on their border. So black made the one move they can make. Problem is they're ignoring white. So now they're going to get in a war of attrition. over nothing. I kind of don't mind these exterior troops. And I'm going to just go ahead and make my... I want to have like an equivalent army to white. So red's going to hit black now? Yep. Pretty much giving the game to white. Now they're in a war of attrition. It's a good sign. That was insanely good rolls. So that just gave the game to white. And now they get on my border. So are they collaborating with white or something? Because it just gave those cards to white. It's very strange. It's like they handed those cards to white. Does white take the cards? I can't take those cards because of that stupid 21. Do I have a card turning? Well, thank God I do. White is majorly overextending. Not sure why. They can't... I think they forgot the 3 that are there. I think white and red are easily collaborating. That's what's happening here. There's no way they're not. What should we do here? I mean, we have really no options. I guess black is up. White has to be stopped. Black cannot stop white. Red can't stop white. Oh, red's given the game to white. There's no other play I can do. I have to attack red. So I guess I just attack red and just hope that I have a really good roll. Hey, cool. I will attack your territory, and I do need to. I wish I could cash that. This is giving the game to white. Oh, why didn't I fortify? Okay, game over. I should have fortified. Maybe not, but it should be over here. White takes red's cards. White cleans the game. If white is smart, they're going to leave my... I should have left my... I can't believe I didn't guard my border. But they're going to be tempted to break me. Hopefully they make that error. Shoot, they don't. Maybe they do. There's still a chance if they break my territory. You want to break my territory so that I don't get a card bonus, right? They don't. Actually, you know what? We're okay. We're in okay shape here. We're in really good shape. Because they didn't break my territory, so I get that bonus. Actually, this is good. This is all good. All extremely good. So we need to break through here. We actually have like quite a bit of stuff to kind of work with here. So we're going to break a lot of their territory. And I'm going to move my 20 here. We still have a shot. they're going to take out my 34 here, but they only get 6 cards. Oh, they get 11 cards. Yeah, this game's over. It was worth a shot. I made the mistake of I should have buffered that territory. Oh, and I'm still locked. Crap. Yeah. Yeah, they win this game. I'm going to say good game. I feel like red was kind of helping them out, though. But that's going to be it for this game. And they're still leaving me locked like a genius. They should just hit my 31. Yep, game over. All right, that was a good game. We came in second place. That wasn't too bad. Oh, I think Adam sent me a link to Wolverine. Well, they ran out of time, but this game is over, you know. The best we can do at this point is just eat as many cards as we can. But yeah, this game is done. I lost. Hopefully I lost to a master. It was a little sus what black and red were doing, but particularly like that move by oh, I shouldn't make them wait. I'll just say good game again. And we'll see what happens. I made one fatal error here where I would have had a better chance if I had actually guarded my territory. And instead of putting a guard on the right of South America, I stupidly left it as a 1, which was like such a bummer. So this game could have been potentially gone a different direction if I had not misplayed at that point. But good on white. They had a strong start. Hopefully they're ranked pretty high. We'll see. We earned some points, so who knows? Oh no, they were a novice. I got owned by a novice. Do I keep my expert ranking from that? I guess we'll find out. But yeah, that was a good one. Let's see. Do we have time enough for another game? I think we might play one more game just for the hell of it. Okay, here's what we'll do. We're going to play a couple trailers, and then we'll do one more game because we can. So here is the trailer for Jacob's Apartment.
Speak clearly, it seems that only in dreams can we these things we've seen and walk around breathing I don't know the part to play in this heart of mine. There's dissonant things, they split at the seams.
All right, guys, we're in another auto match. We're waiting for players. And then we're going to call it a night. I love this game, though. I hope we get a whole group of like 6 players. We'll see. And maybe it's fate telling me to stop playing if we don't fill up in like maybe like 2 minutes. while we're waiting, I'll go ahead and upload the refs to my Dropbox. Oh, okay, we're going. We'll upload the refs. Okay, we're in business, guys. I think it's going to be 4-player again. I so prefer 6. Although I think I called that last game pretty well. Like the very beginning, it's like White had that game from the start. Okay, I am White this turn. We'll just kind of have to see how people play. It's another 4-person game, which means I'm going to get brutalized. I'm in position to take Australia, but I'm going to be probably taken out of Australia by Black because most players, especially lower level players here, are going to be obsessed with Australia, like no Australia, no win kind of thing. I think Pink is trying to secure Europe, I think. Looks like they're making moves for Europe. Red should angle for for Africa, probably. But they might try to be a dick and kind of prevent. Oh, they could also go from North America. Yeah. That's a pretty good call. But I'm glad they're not buffering in Australia. And they chose to eat a different card? Oh, they're gonna extend. They want the territory now. Black, if they're smart, closes out South America. I don't think they're smart. I think they like that 4 in Australia and that 5 right above it. And I think it ends up being like a war of attrition between us if I try to hold Australia. That's what I'm envisioning, depending how good Black is. Not a bad move. Because Black can kind of wait it out. Like I'm kind of in a forced position of having they took South America. Black's not a bad player. They can still take. The thing is with those bonuses now, they can still do a lot of damage in Australia. So I need to do a very slow take for Australia. I think I need to get rid of Black for sure. And then what I need to do is fortify this position. So Black can still come in and break me, but they have little to gain from breaking me because I can just come back in and take it. That's what I'm trying to tell them. Oh, they're taking my 5. That was brutally unreasonable. Okay, Pink holds North America. Red's asking for an alliance. I'd love an alliance, Red, but I'd like Black to move out of my territory, man. Sure, I'll take an alliance. That usually means they want to attack me. I think Black will, instead of securing their territory, I have a feeling Black, if Black is smart, they'll start moving those troops up into North America and do the North America play for South. But I don't know if they're going to do that. I think they're going to go for Australia. Closing Australia is always a very tense thing. And I think that's what they do here. No, thank God. They're just going to leave their 5 there. They should eat cards, though. Are they actually making their way for me to move in? How kind of them. No, they aren't. Oh, they are. Thank God. Okay, guys, we're going to take Australia. We may not hold it. Oh, man, bad roll. I thought we had a real solid holding of Australia, but we're still in danger zone here. Pink might just put that 8 on that 2 and just bust in, but I think they're more focused there. So we're going to do an Australia play, guys. Right now, we're the weakest player on the board. At risk of black taking us out, too. Pardon my cough. I have a bad cough right now. So pink is definitely doing okay. They have an alliance with red, so we know that. Because they're not defending against red. Will that alliance be broken? I hope red breaks that alliance. That would be beautiful. Then we end up with war of attrition. Pink can't feel good about that 6 on their border. I think right now black might just kind of break through me. They shouldn't, though. Oh, good. Okay. Black is carving at red. Kind of dangerous territory for me, though, because there's a lot of collaboration right now between not illegal collaboration, but just collaboration between between the different 2 big powers, which are Europe and America. I need to get my turtle out. I will probably do that on the next turn when I'm able to cash in my cards. Pink is lining up for something. I think they want to card block me, which is kind of an interesting strategy. But they upped their troop defense against red, which now red's going to feel weird because red's going to be like, So hopefully that turns into some conflict there. Also, there's a 10 on red's border, so red's got to buff that up. And if they can, preemptively attack. But right now they're probably more worried about Europe. And I think kind of focused on the, hey, let's carve at the, yeah. Did you see the little frowny face? So red is creating hostility with pink. Pink is not happy about it. Red will fight pink or pink will fight red. Red is getting the most out of their exterior cards as they can. Black will now consolidate Africa, I think. Or come for me, who knows? But I think they consolidate Africa. I think that black... Okay, I'm seeing what's happening here. I think that black... This is interesting. I think there's a lot of alliances going on. So right now we're going to do a little get out of my turtle play. And we'll make that just big enough to where it's not super tempting to eat that 5. Because what do they gain from it? Now, pink is going to be a little concerned about me pretty soon, and their border on this side, but they also have to contend with red. So pink's in a tough position. I like the hostility between red and pink that's building, though. I hope it kind of explodes. I don't like that my cards are blocked off, but I think that'll change pretty soon. So we're going to play a very slow play from Africa. Or not Africa, Australia. It's not great that my 24 is locked in, so I can't really counterattack someone. Ah, red is getting in hostilities with all of their neighbors. So they're having to secure all their borders. This is why you need, like, I mean, not that I play it perfect, but it's tough to be in one of the bigger continents because if you don't have good relations with your neighbors, which it doesn't look like they have, there's a lot of tension, and then you have to fortify your borders constantly. So your forces are like split between multiple different areas. So it's harder to hold so much territory when you can't keep cool with your neighbors. Black and pink definitely have an agreement. Like they're definitely in an alliance. Black is building the tension at their border. I love it. I love the tension at their border. That's good for me. Black also wants to keep an exterior troop. Okay. Who do I want to take out that's right here? I kind of don't mind. I'm going to just make another 5 here. I know those 5s will get eaten, but I just want to disincentivize people from eating them. Yes, that's what we wanted to see. Okay, this is getting exciting. So pink makes a very aggressive play at all their neighbors. Wow. Wow. So pink is basically telling red, I'm going to gobble you up. Red is in a tough position. Red might move their exterior troops into Asia. That might be their only move. Ah, they have a card cash in. Yes. This is the kind of attrition we want to see. This inner squabbling is really good when you when you're playing Australia. It's also really good for black. Black has managed to keep their cool with everybody. I don't know if black goes in on red. I think black's best play is play it real cool. Just collect a card. Don't piss anyone off. Let them fight each other. That's what I would do if I were black. I wouldn't even hit that 3. Maybe that's too passive, though. I'm liking how the cards are stacking up so far. Let's see who has cards. Pink has cards. That can be a little dangerous for me. They have a 16 on my front, but if they get distracted in this war with red, that's good news for me. Black does not have a card cash in. Black is weighing whether to hit red or not. I hope they do. I hope they hit red. But they wisely do the exact play I was saying they should do. And then put that 40 or 4. Oh, okay. Smart. Okay. I think right now what we do is we move this. No. You know what I'm going to do? I want to be able to bring that 3 and 2 out. But I think what we're going to do is this. So pink is still at it. And that's a pretty good sign. I don't like that I'm blocked off from attacks, so I think what I might do... Ooh. Pink just gave Africa to black. Black's in a really solid position. They're holding a lot of territory. They have a lot of cards. Red is in a tough one, but they have a card cash-in coming up. And they have some attrition they want from pink. I don't have a card cash-in. Black is holding so much territory. I'm really shocked that pink is letting that slide, but pink kind of has to let it slide because pink's in a war of attrition. I think red is my ally here too, so I don't want to over hit red. It's just they happen to be a 1, and I like that that big wall of black to intimidate. Oh wow. Pink takes out red. Do they take their cards? Red has 4 cards. That's a pretty good play. I don't know if they can take their cards. Oh, crap. Can they take their cards? I don't think they can. They are handing... Okay, red has a cash-in coming up after this. I'm hoping red doesn't have a cash-in. Wait, I'm not next. I do... Oh, they just... Oh, okay, pink's got it. There you go. Pink is going to get a big boost. They might come for me now. Pink is now holding... Oh my gosh. Pink is in really good position. 10? Okay, they don't have enough. Wow, what is black going to do now? Your ally is holding the 2 most powerful continents. You going to let that slide? Pink's going to carve at me to send a message or just move back. Okay, they're moving back. Good. Well, black can't let that stand. But I think they do. I have a feeling, like, do they not send their 25? Yeah, you got to. It's like, you can't hold both the U.S. and, like, come on, black's not crazy. That's just too far. Okay, let's see what we can do here. I like this as a 10. I like this as a 10. I like the idea of just doing this. And then what's not a 10, we can have here. We're just doing a real slow play. They're going to think I'm trying to take Asia, which is insane. I'm not trying to take Asia. Pink might think that, though. Pink's pretty erratic. I think pink might hit one of my 10s, which is fine. That weakens them. in their battle with black. I'm liking all this craziness that's going on. It's nuts. Exciting times, guys. The battles rage on. I think we'll just continue to just get bigger. And now we'll start buffering our 10s. Assuming that pink doesn't just hit one of them, but that wouldn't make a lot of sense. They're in the middle of a war. I'm liking my numbers, though. Those can go down pretty quick. What does pink do? What does pink do? They have 4 cards to cash in. They can rock and roll, do a lot of damage. They have a 20 hiding, ready to rock. They're very well defended. It's going to be really hard for anybody to break into England. They're accruing the most cards. They're at 82. I'm at 71. Black's at 74. Does black break pink? I mean, black kind of needs to do something active to fight pink that's a little more proactive than that. I'm in a kind of fortunate position here. Just going to buffer up my 10s till they come and eat some of them. I have a good card cash in coming too. That's pretty cool. Pink is going to annihilate black pretty soon. But black's in a pretty good spot. And pink is seeing the looming threat that's growing right above them. Yep. But black is going to be a threat to pink because they've already kind of made that decision. And I've disincentivized people to hit me because what are you going to get, Australia? I just want these little big armies right near me. Pink is getting 10 cards per turn. Believe that? There's no stopping pink. The only way to stop pink is to break their territory. Okay, guys, while this plays, I'm going to go ahead and put on a trailer. And I'll catch you guys up with what happens. So this is the Christmas trailer for Two Stories. Okay, pink is getting a little frisky here. Taking a lot of territory, gaining 11 cards per turn. Black is just kind of eating cards very slowly. Pink is starting to notice me, which is a little dangerous. I think pink breaks one of my 20s, but that would be really weird. It'll leave him in a vulnerable position with black. And I haven't really been fighting pink. So this is a slow play. But pink is really just dominating. Like, I think wins this game pretty soon. Pink's a good player. I'm kind of surprised. I can get more aggressive, but at this point, it's like the turtle play because of it's just kind of the only way to go. If you're black at this point, you kind of just have to attack pink like full throttle because like they're gonna get you anyway. Unless black just decides to turn on me, but again, like they're kind of blocked from doing that too. Decided to start trying to take Africa, I guess. Okay, I'm gonna do my cash in. Oh, thank goodness it was a good one. I'm gonna do that with this. And we'll just make this like have like my 7 here. And I want to put that here. Pink is really going to win this game. They're at 139. Well, they might. They're at 139, though. Black's at 107. I'm at 115. Their magic number they need to get to is basically double. They're taking so much territory. Black really has to attack pink if they want to win this game. And it's kind of a no-win situation. The only way they could do it is maybe take them from the top. Yeah, that's not. Yeah, black's going to get eaten first. I'm guessing they'll be the first to get eaten. I want to try doing something fun like moving this here. And we'll move this here. And if pink doesn't eat me on the next turn, I think my next trick will be to buffer my 30. I don't want to look like a tasty target. Pink's expanding out. Ooh. Interesting. Pink is at 147. just a tough position they're in. This is a very slow play game. I want to buffer up my 30, and then we'll build another little set. If I have a card cash in. Because that 58 is actually pretty powerful. What is that 25 doing? Ah, that is a powerful force. Pink is going to take... Pink is going to take the US. There's no way to break them or stop them. Interesting. That 49 is a little dangerous to me too. I wonder if I should move my 25 to my 35 just to like buff up my presence here. Maybe turtle up. But I kind of think I like the disincentivization that's going on. This might be naive, but I kind of think I'm going to just move that 6 to my 3rd. Yep. Do they break my territory because they're buffing up and getting ready for it? Or do they scoot over? Ah, they're opening up the 60 to hit me. Very smart. I don't know what the 60's incentive is to hit me, though. Because if we end up in a war, then there's no way. Like right now, it's like me and black have to kind of eat at pink. I'm going to go ahead and do this cash in. We'll just do a fun one. And I'll put this here just to disincentivize hitting me. Pink did not like that. Does pink eat one of my 20s? No. Pink is just going to eat cards for me. I need to keep the cards rolling for pink, though. $70 is not a good number. Does 8 hit me? Ah, they're making an agreement. So they've made an agreement. This is going to be a slow rolling game. At this point, I think I need to take advantage of my position. Assuming I don't get broken real bad. And I think I open up the territory. I like that blockade from pink, though. It won't last, but I like it. It's kind of keeping their big stack cards away from me, which is kind of good. That potentially means that they're moving in for the attack on Yeah, I mean, pink is so powerful right now. How does black even contend with that or even begin to contend with that? I think if I'm going to contend with it, I have to move my 25 to my 69. But it's weird that black's doing such a turtle-y strategy because that's just not like for me to do turtle kind of makes sense, you know? Just want to flex my turtle muscles. They aren't very big right now. I mean, black is dead. I'm probably next. Black is completely dead. If they, yeah. They're kind of trying to keep their 56 open. But like, yeah, there's no way for this to end well for black. Okay, I feel good at 100. That's pretty good. Do I expand it out? Do I start consolidating my 20s? Because like just pink is just with the sheer number and the larger force, the fact that black hasn't consolidated at all, like they're just out earning us. This game could go for like years. Black needs to just sack up and do the attack. Do it. You can do it. I want to let black get a little stronger. So I'm actually going to move my 26 down. So I think I'll do this. Pink's going to card block me, though, if I do this. But it's really hard for any of them to consolidate their troops to have an equivalent force because I have the advantage of Australia. It's not going to last long, though. Pink is just, wow. The problem is either of them go at each other. It's kind of just a dangerous game, but still, I'm letting black get stronger intentionally. I want black to have like a lot of power. Pink can pretty much decimate me at any time. So it's a question of like who they're going to come at first. They're slowly trying to take out black, any sort of advantage that black has. It's getting a bit dangerous, guys. I mean, pink's accruing 10 cards per turn, so like they're gonna win. The math just works as long as they hold that territory. The only way they lose is if they break that territory, and the only way to break that territory is to die. So pink has this game, so it literally is just a waiting game of how big do you want pink to get black before you go. Like the longer black waits to do an attack on pink, I mean, maybe they're playing for second at this point, but yeah. I mean, because at this point, I'm kind of playing for second. There's no way to win this game at this point unless black and pink go at it first. I shouldn't have done that. Because that's actually letting pink get stronger. Oh, I threw off the balance. Pink's getting 11 cards per turn now. Can you believe that? Yeah, like black just has to go in. The longer they delay, like they're just dead. And I can't. I've been blocked out. I don't think I would go at them though, because it's suicide, but it's like somebody has to go at pink. Oh, this game's going to be a while. Okay, let's put on another trailer, and I'll catch you guys up if anything exciting happens. Let's see. This one will be Jacob's apartment.
Speak clearly, it seems that only in dreams can we see these things we've seen and walk around breathing pain. I don't know the part to play in this heart of mine.
Sorry about that. Let me rehook it up. So pink is getting a little more aggressive. Okay. Hopefully you guys can see this. And hopefully this game will wrap up pretty soon. It's a slow playing game. We're kind of waiting for black to make a move. It's kind of black's game to decide. 301. Oh my gosh. I have to go to work at some point. My best play actually might be to just stop collecting cards and see what happens. But I worry because you kind of can't fall behind on the card collecting game. So I'd rather they kind of decide that for me. Pink's actually in an okay position to end the game, kind of. They could probably like just proactively like take out black. I'm card blocked, which is good. At this point, I wonder if I should move from being card blocked and just proactively attack someone. I don't know what pink is doing. They're like stalling. It's very annoying. I think they're telling black to go this way. What do? They consolidate their 70 to their 30? I don't know what they're doing. Oh, okay, they're going to card block me. That's their goal. Hmm. I mean, black really needs to I think they were saying unlock me so I can move my guys in. I'm going to unlock that 8 so I can have some fun. This game is taking forever. I don't like that I'm card locked. I wonder if black makes the move of unlocking me. That'd be fascinating. I want black to get a lot of extra spots. We're just going to turtle up here. Ugh, I might have to move out and just kind of attack because this game's going to eternally cycle till like we get like 1,000 troops each. And I have to work tomorrow. It's too bad because it's an enjoyable game. I like the slow play stuff. Pink starts making their move. Pink totally makes their move. Surrounding and ready to stomp. So if black doesn't go, I think pink is going to go. Okay, I got to be patient. That's what pink's signaling to me, is like pink is like basically saying like, it's on, dude, it's go time. Pink's at 337, pretty good numbers. I think we want to get rid of that 9. Do I want to hit that 9? Nah. I'll let that 9 stay. I'm going to let pink get big, fat, and juicy. So if I'm pink, I guess they're going to wait till they get that magic number, but they're pretty close. I'm literally letting pink take like half the board at this point, which is real dangerous. Well, guys, if I have to go out, okay. I'm not sure how many turns I can continue to do this. Take the risk, pink. You know what's bizarre? If I'm black, I'd probably unlock me, hoping it creates some tension. But I don't know if black really is all that good at that. Just unlock that 50. I think pink could potentially take us both out. Are they going to start building in the center? If pink moved their 80, yeah, they're at a pretty good spot. Might be getting close to time. If I'm forever locked and we're just going to cycle and gain troops, I just want to be patient, though, because like impatience is the death in this game. I think what we do... We're going to go out in a blaze of glory, guys, in a second. Have some tension, guys. Let's see it happen. I just unlocked pink so they can annihilate black. That might turn against me. Nope, it's going to turn against me. That will turn into the card block. But if they just unlock me, that'd be cool. Just unlock me, dude. Okay, so pink doesn't want to attack black. They know where that ends. Black doesn't want to attack pink. So we're going to just start messing around. At this point, so maybe black suicides me. I don't know. Pink might take me out too. I don't know. I'm just going to do kind of dumb moves to hope that the game ends, but I can still live with myself. I'm just getting cocky just intentionally to try to provoke some kind of conflict. Welcome, guys. I have Asia. They won't let me hold that, of course. I want pink getting kind of pissed and doing weird jumping all over the place things. I want black getting pissed. I want one of them to actually like probably just suicide me because I'm getting bored. There we go. Pink's getting cocky. Pink's going to take all that territory, but they're wasting cards, which is great. So Pink's at 404. Come on, dude. You're at the point where you can easily win this game. You need to win this game at this point, Pink. You really do. They're going to wait a couple more turns till they're at like 500. Oh, I just wish somebody would unlock me. I feel like this is the most boring play. So here's what we're going to do to spice it up. And maybe we get taken out of the game. Go ahead, take Australia, dickwad. I usually am not this impatient, but I have to work tomorrow. Go for it. Take it. Yeah, have fun. Enjoy. I really enjoy you having Australia, Pink. I really do. You should put like a big stack there to defend it. This is Australia. Oh my gosh. You can hold it with a 7. You guys, it's Australia. No Australia, no win. We're going to have some fun, guys. We're going to spice this game up. We're going to create a common enemy. Okay, so let's do a little bit of spice. Let's do like I've been working on the railroad all the live long day. I've been working on the railroad. Do 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 do. I've been working on the railroad. I'm awfully tired right now. Have at it, dude. Yeah. So Pink's now at 319. That evens it out a little bit. Do they defend Australia? Yes, action. We needed some action. Now, if you're black, you kind of have to hit pink. But I don't think black hits pink. Black just comes at me. Black wants us fighting. Because black's not taking risks. They should freaking take a hit. Get in there. Maybe they gobble me up for the cards, but that would be such a weird play. I would like to have Australia back. I'm taking Australia back, but this time I'm going to be unlocked. And you can waste your stack coming at me. And I don't give a living crap because I'm in the game again. Haha. Did they send their 55 stack suicided into my 194? think they would love to do that. Now, if black doesn't attack them at this point, they don't want to win the game. I've just made your opponent very vulnerable. Black's playing for second. Okay. You want to play for second? That's cool. We'll do that. Let's do some eating. Again, I gotta go to bed, so I think we have a little bit of fun here. Since I have to go to sleep. Well, you know what? We'll still have a little bit of fun. Okay. Black does not want to win this game. So, I'm not sure if I should punish black for their inactivity, but pink, I think, needs to be punished. So let's have some fun. Again, like, I'll get eaten next turn, but I have to go to bed. So we'll have some fun with that. Now black's in the lead. Does pink suicide me? 100%. Game over. Yep. And they lose the game, and the game is done. I did you a favor, black. Pink's going to get my cards. It'll be fun to watch. I usually don't do suicide plays, but I have to go to bed. Oh, they're going to keep me around. That's fascinating. Or maybe they won't. They totally screwed up, though. They just gave black the card cash in. Wow. Okay. You want me to accrue more cards. I'm not going to. Black has a 5-card cash in. If they don't just take the game right now, they're insane. Like, Black should just move their 86 up and just dominate this game. You can literally end this game right now. And should. They're going to run out of time. Oh my goodness. Go, go, go. You need to. Just finish off pink. You can do it. Okay. So that was a fail. That's okay. We kind of expected that. I could have probably played for the win, but it was just a matter of, yeah. So we lost. We're still, I think, retaining our expert status. We're going to call it a night because that game was going way too long. I probably shouldn't have done a second game. All right, guys, have a good night. I will see you on the next live stream where we work on the next roughs. And bye. I appreciate it. Also, if you watch this, hit like, hit subscribe, hit the bell so you get notifications when we're about to go live. I'll see you next time.